Computerized Start is brought to you by my awesome patrons on Patreon, and by your tips and memberships on Ko-fi. These and other channel supporters make my live streams possible. You too can become a channel supporter with tiers starting at just $1. And as always, thank you for all your support, including sharing, chatting, liking, and subscribing. Now roll that famous logo animation! Good evening and welcome back to Computerized Start Live. I'm your host, Justin D. Morgan, and I have made it back from the swap meet. Alright, let's see who we have in the chat. We have Thomas Armstrong. Hi, Thomas. We have Tom Barber. Hi, Tom. Thomas Armstrong says eep. Tom Barber says quack. Thomas Armstrong says, must be 8 p.m. at Justin's. Yes, it is. I was coming downstairs. Tom Barber says, Justin tripped over his pile of DVDs getting to his computer. Actually, I left an oscilloscope on my workbench. Tom tries to take over my stream. We have Retro Fox. Hi, Retro Fox. And people wondering if I'm saying to let the DVDs begin. Tom says, dude, you're getting Adele. Little do you know, Tom. Let's see here. Retro Fox says something is happening. Mac84 says, eep. Hi, Steve. I don't remember why you wanted that video card, but Sean has it for you. We have Jeremy's Vintage Hillbilly Shack. Quack. Hello, all, he says. Now we have GeoHam. Hi, GeoHam. Hi, Jeremy. Hi, Steve. Hi, Jesse. We have I8386SX. Jesse saying quack. Thomas Armstrong says, more Trident cards for Steve. No, actually, it's like a ATI 1900 XT from a Mac Pro that has bad memory, and Steve said, if you don't want it, I do, or something to that effect. So it's had Steve's name on it, and I forgot to bring it to VCF East. Also, I'm getting down here to bring the first box on the bench, so I have it ready to go, and realized that I had a box in this box that was something that was supposed to go on the free pile, and now I'm hoping I didn't leave a box of stickers and buttons on the free pile by accident. Oh, we have Gut Bomb. Hi, Gut Bomb. All right. Gut Bomb says, if that's a Vic 20. Thomas Armstrong says, box of chocolates. I know this pile of boxes here looks appealing, but yeah, it's just going to have to wait. Oh, by the way, also, it's sitting on top of a box that's already been opened, so the pile looks much taller than it actually is. Steve says, boxes. Anyways, I am not going to do Wheel of Regrets right now, because I have stuff from the swap meet. Yeah, and I'm getting sidetracked because I'm thinking I left a box of stickers and buttons somewhere. Of course, maybe it's in... well, anyway, actually, I think there's a box upstairs that it might be. So, alright, without further ado, we are... Gutbomb says, we're getting to those tonight, though, right? Well, let's see how quickly we can get through the swap meet stuff. Because... Okay, that box there is the box for my new dehumidifier. I probably need to get rid of the box, because I'm pretty sure that it says do not return to the store, and the dehumidifier is more than 30 days old at this point. There's one of the piles from the swap meet. Alright, then I've got the stuff on the box, and then I think some of the other items are actually in a place where you couldn't see them on camera. We have John, the big bad biologist. Hi, John. So, we will try to get to Wheel of Regrets, but... Oh, and we have Jamie's Hack Shack. Hi, Jamie. And I think without further ado, I will remind folks that I do have a Ko-fi I haven't set a new goal since VCF East, but it's for I don't know, tips for trips, because I've been traveling a lot lately. I could use coffee. Actually, like, literal coffee. Because, let's see here, I think the only weekend in April that I haven't traveled was Easter weekend, and that's because I needed a break from other travels, like VCF East, and then grandparents' house, and then swap meet, and then this coming weekend I'm going back to my grandparents' house to bring more furniture home, and also going to try to go to a meetup. So, yeah, I've been traveling a lot. Oh, we have CDI. Hi, CDI. And we have Jean-Francois Parr. Hey. Welcome. All right, without further ado, we will try to get to some Wheel of Regrets, but first, we are going to go for things I picked up at the swap meet. All right, these items are in no particular order, and the only reason this isn't in an anti-static box... Oh, hi, MacFX. We have a $4.99 super chat from MacFX. Thank you, MacFX. Hola. Yes. That's good for a coffee. All right. The only reason this isn't in an anti-static bag is because I had anti-static bags with me at the event for putting things in, and that one had a sticker on it that I did not want to show on screen. So therefore, I pulled it out of the anti-static bag before I switched to this camera view. It will go in another anti-static bag once I remember where I put them. But anyways, I do salvage anti-static bags from the trash, and well, sometimes they have stickers on them that I don't want to show on stream. Anyways, all right, first up, which actually is the last two items I bought at the swap meet, fancy that, I picked up a Creative Live Drive that was priced at $10, because I had been looking for a beige live drive, actually, and because I wasn't sure if I had the right sound card for it, I went ahead and picked up a Sound Blaster Live card that was priced at $20. And I successfully negotiated a combo price of $25. MacFX says, as far as PCs are concerned, this is top tier, yes. So anyways, you will probably see the beige live drive go into a beige PC of some sort at some point. It even has the proper live drive cable with the key in it, so yay! Also, I probably already had one of these sound cards, but, well, I wanted to make sure. Jeremy says, Pentium 3 with a MIDI interface. I'm not guaranteeing it's going to be a Pentium 3. It'll be something. Steve says, ooh, iOmega. Gupum says, ooh, a beauty. MacFX is asking Steve, do you think he bought some laser writers? Anyways, well, because Steve saw my zip drive, these are in no particular order, so I picked up this lovely zip drive. The seller was asking $15 for it, which I thought was a more than fair price for a Zip 250. But, being the deal master that I am, and because that seller had some zip disks on their table, I said, would you throw in these two loose zip disks with this drive? And they said, sure. And then they had this box of zip disks, and I asked them, well, how much do you want for them? And they said $10, and I asked, well, what about 7? And they said, sure. So I got this zip drive plus 6 zip disks for $22. I think that's actually a pretty good deal. And these are all Zip 250 discs. Or at least I'm pretty sure they are. So, yeah, there we go. That'll go in some PC at some point, or a Mac. It might go in a Mac. Macs can have zip 250 discs as well. But John says, I'm considering buying a similar internal zip drive on eBay. I have 3 old zip disks I'd like to archive. Retrofox says, nice, 250s and up are more rare to come across. Retrofox says, I have way too many zip disks. Yeah, I got some, that's a good deal in the chat. All right. You might have, if you remember my VCF East pickups, I picked up a Genesis with no controller. So there was a seller that had game controllers, and I made an offer of $5 for this Genesis controller, and they said, deal. So there we go. I now have a Sega Genesis controller. I then later, near the end of the day, went back and looked again at what they had, and I noticed they had a PlayStation controller. And I had 4 $1 bills left, and I asked if they would take $4 for this PlayStation controller. And they said, deal. So I now also have a proper PlayStation controller for my PlayStation 1. Now, granted, I think the PlayStation 2 controllers will also work in a PlayStation 1, just no rumble. But at least I have the proper controller now. Alright, let's see here. Ah, yes. Alright. So, let me see here. There are a few items from... Ah, alright. So I had to make sure I had these items from a seller. Jeremy says, side note, I picked up an original NES without controllers or power brick in very nice shape for $20 today. Also got a controller for an SNES with a bad cable for $5. Retrofox says, icy Evo drives. Yes, we'll get to those in a moment, Retrofox. Alright, so there was another seller that had a plethora of interesting items on their table. I think the seller had the only Trident card that I saw on a table. I did not buy it because I already had it, and I bought some other more interesting things from their table. You can leave your disappointment in the chat. But what did I get from their table? Now, I'm not sure the exact pricing that I offered on all of this stuff, but after I had it all in my hands, they said, how about $30 for it all? Which was even less, because I think the price we'd negotiated was like $36. So they said, what about $30? And CDS is disappointed. Anyways, so I think for this bag of memory, which had no price on it, and I do not know exactly what I have here, but I do have 2 things that say Apple Computer on it, which I'm not... MacFX is saying Duo. So these might be for the PowerBook Duo. Which now I guess I've got to have I'll need to buy a PowerBook Duo so I can use them. There was actually a third one, I believe, here that appears to have half the RAM on it. Steve says, ooh, Duo RAM. Anyway, alright. So there was that. There was also this, which I know is Macintosh VRAM. I think this is a 250, or actually, I think that might be a 512K. Yep, that's a VRAM. I was thinking there might have been another VRAM in there, but maybe not. Oh, no, here it is. There we go. There were 2 VRAM sims. Retrofox says, or sell the Duo RAM to friends that have one, smiley face. Yeah. So I got 2 VRAM sims, 3 Duo RAMs, a probably very useless to me DDR3 DIMM. At least it's 4 gigabytes. And a whole bunch of 30-pin sims, which I have a feeling they're like at most 1 megabyte. But it does look like I have a set of 4 here and a set of 2 here. And let me see here if I can read numbers on chips. So the set of 4, these chips are CM41C1000. All right, these are going to be, I believe, 1 megabyte sims. And these are TMS 4C1024. Okay, I think these are all 1 megabyte sims. Jeremy's asking, has the Duo RAM been cloned? CDI says, oh, 3, that would be a PowerBook say. Haha, good one. All right, so 6 megabytes of RAM, plus 4 gigabytes of RAM, plus 2 VRAM sims. Oh, MacEffect says, I think the socket is unobtainable because it was proprietary. And we got 3 memory modules. My offer price on this, because it was unpriced, was $10, and that's what the seller accepted. But then they marked everything I grabbed down to $30 total. But I know I offered $10 for this because the VRAM sims were worth it. I didn't realize what the modules were, but anyways, I'm pretty sure I got a good deal there. I found that they had a creative DVD decoder card with the ribbon cable. So this is the ribbon cable that goes to the feature connector on a video card. So you don't have to have an external loopback cable. In fact, this one doesn't use one. I think I offered them $10 for this. Steve says $10 is a great deal. All right. Or maybe I offered them $5 for that. All right. A random video card. It is an ELSA Gloria Synergy 8 Vivo. So it does look like it has video in and video out. Plus VGA. It definitely has enough memory chips on it that I think it might be an 8 megabyte video card. I want to say I maybe offered him $5 for it because I wasn't quite sure what it's compatible with, but it's PCI. I was like, all right, we'll take a gamble. Actually, I think it was $36, not $35 total with them. All right, now this one, I think they wanted $15, and I ultimately relented at $15. So this is a fast Etherlink ISA card. 10100 base TX ISA card with a boot ROM socket. So, $15. You don't see these every day. MacFX says 10100 ISA. Yeah. I wasn't really wanting to get it, but then again, I finally realized that, you know, it's exactly the type of thing that I'm going to not buy, and then I'm going to regret it, and then I'm going to go on eBay, and then I'm really going to regret it. Oh, and then I picked up 3 cables for a quarter a piece from them. So these are some Macintosh floppy cables. This is another floppy cable. And the fourth one I pulled out of their box was damaged, so I threw it back in, and I didn't bother digging through again for another one. So I guess really my total would have been $35.75. So anyways, it was $36 total. I wasn't going to squabble about the cable that I threw back in the box. It was a quarter. And then they said, oh, well, how about let's just do $30 total? So, even better deal. John says, ELSA should be a Permedia 2 chip, I think. All right. Steve says, you can never have too many cards or cables. Yes. All right. All right. So, another item I picked up was at a different table. They had this GPIB or IEEE 488 card. You can pick which, if you want to call it GPIB or IEEE 488. GPIB rolls off the tongue a little better. Anyways, if you've ever seen professional test measurement equipment, you might have seen this kind of obnoxious connector on it. Well, that's GPIB or IEEE 488. I believe it's also possibly called HPIB for the HP interface bus, but I think that's on really old equipment before they submitted it to the IEEE for standardization. Anyways, they had this 8-bit, I believe, HP brand GPIB card sitting out. And, well, I need to talk to my scope to issue it a command, so on a whim I asked how much they wanted for it, and he said, it's free, take it. So, thank you. A free GPIB card. The trick will be finding drivers or the program for it to use it, but anyways. Yeah, Thomas Armstrong says, HP GIA 488. John Francois says, Tech Tangents has shown a lot of GPIB devices. Yes. Thomas says, Commodore had an odd card edge for that for the PET. Someone's recreated one for the VIC-20, and I almost bought one until I realized I'd have to make a cable. Anyways, free card, I couldn't turn it down at that point. So, yeah, I'll have to put that in one of my 8-bit computers, and we'll have some fun with it. Next, we have an item that I think has been at a VCF event. Because that label looks awfully familiar. Thomas Armstrong says, you can still get the cables. You're gonna make me do this, aren't you, Thomas?
Ladies and gentlemen, it's time for our favorite segment, Wheel of Regrets. Here's your host, Justin D. Morgan.
Hey, who comes up with these titles anyway?
And you thought you would have to wait for the ending to get to Wheel of Regrets. All right. Because Thomas made the comment. All right, this first item we have is from an eBay seller in California. So, hi to all my eBay sellers in California. It seems like every week I have something from California. And in fact, I might as well just spoil it. The other item that is going to be open now, I think, is also from California. So, yeah. Hi to all my eBay sellers and viewers in California. CDS says, was not me. So, mind you, that I need to issue a command to my oscilloscope. So, the first item I found on eBay that might help with the issuing a command to my oscilloscope is this breakout board here. Now, note, I bought these before the swap meet, but anyways, I found a seller that was selling a GPIB header board. So it has a breakout of all the signals on the GPIB connector and a little header for a ribbon cable. So anyways, so if I want to use an Arduino to talk to my oscilloscope, now I can. Tom says you should just move to California, save on shipping. Yeah, save on shipping, more expensive for everything else. But wait, there's more. So the next item does come from California as well. Mac Effect says, big things are happening in California. I think computers will be the future. We have Micro Hobbyist. Micro Hobbyist says, hi there, yes. All right, so this other item also comes from California. And I'm not sure if anyone is going to believe what this is. You're probably not. There's no way you're going to guess. Thomas says, everything in California causes cancer. Yeah, probably. There's probably a Proposition 65 warning on this item. Anyways. Oh, actually, this might have been made before Proposition 65 was passed. I have a GPIB cable. An actual, legitimate GPIB cable. And I think this thing is like 4 meters long. Which, by the way, this thing is like chunky. You'd probably hurt your foot if you dropped it on it. Thomas Armstrong says, there you go, cable. Steve says, that's one heck of a cable. Yeah, there's like 26 conductors in it, and I think they're all important. or 24 conductors. I don't know. And they screw in, because the last thing you want is when you're trying to take measurements for some long-running process and your GPIB cable falls out. Because the thing is, you can stack these. Note, there's a male and female side on both ends, because you can stack these. Thomas says, it can be used for towing if you lose your chain. Jesse says, drops cable. Hello? China? CDS says, there's enough copper in the cable for car down payment. Yeah, seriously. Anyways, so, seriously, I have a cable that I could use with this card should I find the program, and I have a breakout board should I not find the program for the card, and I could use an Arduino instead. So anyways, that's at least the brief Wheel of Regrets we're going to do for now. So back to the what did I pick up at the System Source swap meet? This item appears to have been at VCF East because this label looks really familiar. In fact, it wouldn't surprise me if this item was there a couple weeks ago and I didn't even see it. Mike says Space Shuttle grade cable. Hi, Mike's Future Retro. And we have Retro Tech Chris. Retro Tech Chris is here now. I was sanding a very rusty case. Well, hi, Chris. And I know which case you were sanding because I saw it Sunday. I couldn't resist. I bought a... now, this one I bought before the creative one, but this is also a DVD decoder card. However, I am now in search of the VGA in cable. So if anyone has a spare one and wants to contribute it to the channel, you know I want to do some DVD decoding with this real magic DVD because I want to find out, is it magic? Or, uh-oh. Well, that's not magic. Okay, I think before I need that cable, we're going to have to do some pin straightening, because that is certainly not magical. Although I think I only offered them $1 for the card, so, well, I guess, Hi, Bill. We have Bill Lewis here. Bill says, me too. Yeah. Jamie says, make sure that tetanus shot's up to date, Chris. Steve says, those are just bonus pins. Yeah, looks like I'll be doing some repair to this card before I can use it. I'm hoping, actually, all right. I think we need to have, sad microscope cam come in. Oh, okay. Maybe it's not as sad. I was about to say, I think there might be missing pins. Yikes. That's some nasty pin damage there. I mean, I think the pin is still there, but the jury's out whether it's still connected. I mean, there's a chance it might be a oh, wait, no, there's a trace going under the chip. Alright, well, we are not fixing it tonight because I don't have the cable to be able to test it, so yeah, I guess this is going to go in my repair pile. I'm glad I only paid $1 for it. Yeah, everyone's saying, ouch, and looks like one maybe. You can Dremel into it. Fun. Thomas says drill. Jamie says point. Bummer, yeah. Alright, so. Alright, we're about done with this box. I think I can throw that napkin away. Alright, there was a seller that had a couple of TI calculators. They had this lovely looking TI 83 Plus. No name engraved or written on the back. Or if there was, they cleaned it off. Maybe the ever slightest hint of battery corrosion, but yeah, there was a little bit of like white crusties floating around in it, which made me think that maybe there was a minor amount of battery corrosion that's been cleaned, but it certainly looks really clean. I mean, again, the top is really clean. Anyways, I could not resist making an offer on that lovely calculator. And unfortunately, I don't think I have batteries for it down here, but I'm checking. Because I've got several calculators down here, but I think I removed the batteries out of all of them so that they don't leak. Alright. I am going to have to get some AAA batteries at some point, because I don't have any. I have 2 left in the house, and this needs 4. So we'll have to test it later, but anyways, how much did I pay for this calculator? Some stores would make you pay $99.99 for this calculator back in the day. But I didn't pay $99.99. I didn't pay $89.99 or $79.99 or $69.99 or this is getting old 99. I paid $5 for this calculator because they were asking 10 and I thought 5 was a fair price. Because it was so clean and the screen's clean. There's like a few scratches on the border, but there's no scratches on the screen, no damage on the screen. The buttons are clean. The calculator's clean. I thought it was worth $5. Retrofox says $5 is good. Yeah, Jean-Francois says scientific calculators used to be such a luxury, especially the programmable ones. Jesse says that the TI-82 wasn't good enough for our math class. Well, I've got a couple TI-82s because it's what we used in math class in high school. But, so like 15 minutes after I bought that calculator and I was walking back by that seller's table, they asked me, they were like, hey, could you use some USB power bricks or charge cables for free? And I couldn't say no to that. So not only did I get for my $5 a TI-83 Plus calculator, but I picked up a couple of power adapters. I just picked some random ones. So this one's Radio Shack branded. 2 amps. So I didn't try reading the power limits on them. I just grabbed a few that looked good. I think this one is... Oh, okay. I think this one's only 500 milliamps. So, all right. That's just a little one. This one is 1 amp. And this one is 2 amps. So it looks like I got two 2 amp ones, a 1 amp one, and 500 milliamp one. And then a couple charge cables, which you better believe I will be somehow putting these in a place where I remember they are charge cables only, lest I pull one out during a live stream and wonder why I am having trouble with USB devices for 10 minutes. I'm hoping that I don't forget to do that, because then I will look silly in the future, and you can, like, someone can remember when I said this and laugh at me. Hi, Mike's Mess. We have Mike. Welcome. How long did it take you to clean out Chris's van? Mike says, I picked up some old pocket PCs from that dude dirt cheap. They both work too. Cool. Actually, I think we had the van unloaded in like 10 or 15 minutes. Because Chris and I both, we were both unloading. I was putting things directly in my car, and Chris was taking them in the house. All right. Now, there's a story behind these 4 SSDs. Mike says, not bad, because that thing was full. I know, we had that van pretty full. Yeah, Chris went and said he wasn't going to buy anything, and he bought lots of stuff. All right, and I got sunblock on this SSD. Anyways. Tom Barber says, I like stories. So anyway, there's this guy. His name is Tom Barber, or not Tom Barber, or not Tom Barber. You can never tell what his name is any particular day. He loves googly eyes. Side story. I had a couple things that I forgot to bring him during VCF East, so I made sure to bring them to the show, the swap meet. I had a little Rifa monster that I think I'd made during a live stream. I'd put like 2 googly eyes and a like an angry face on a Rifa cap I pulled off of something. And I also had half of an 80-pin SCA connector, or might be a 68-pin connector SCSI that this Tom Barber guy wanted. So I gave him to him at the swap meet. Oh, hi, Tom. Anyways, yes, it's the same Tom Barber that's in the chat. Anyways, so Tom had a bunch of goodies for sale, and we will get to the items that I bought shortly. Although, technically, I did buy one of these SSDs, because 2 of the items that we'll see shortly I got free for buying this SSD for $10. Which it is an 850 Evo. I did get sunscreen on it, so oh well. I'll probably have to. Well, that'll help me remember it's from the swap meet. Anyways, so this one I bought for $10 and got 2 things free with it. This one, which is another 850 Evo, 250 gig, I got for free for buying the first computer from him. I got this SSD, another 850 Evo, 250 gig, free for buying the second computer from him. And I got this SSD, surprise, it's another 850 Evo, because I spun his wheel of SSDs, and apparently I landed on free SSD. You probably, if you were there, you're probably wondering, he didn't have a wheel of SSDs. Well, he improvised one while I was there. Mike says I got shafted. I bought a Blue Scuzzy from him and didn't get anything. Yeah. Well, Mike says, well, I got tons of stuff from him, but not free stuff like that. And we're making this a little bit more family friendly on the audio portion. You could read the chat replay if you want to read Mike's actual words, because I do leave the chat replay live unless I have to edit something. Anyways, yeah. So I've got 4 250 gig SSDs. So we'll get to the computers shortly, because, well, that's the... And then after the show was over, I dumped my pockets into the box, so that's why there's a bunch of my stickers and buttons in it. So, those are the parts I picked up. And Chris says, I'm listening and painting, apparently. So, these are all the parts I picked up. I think everything I got really good deals on. And you'll just have to trust me for a moment on the deals with that were part of the SSDs, but we'll get to those in a moment. So again, there was for those of you wondering why that have joined and wondering why I did not buy any Trident cards, I only saw one Trident card on a vendor table. Kind of made it hard to buy a Trident card when there's only one, and it was one I had, like, plenty of, so I couldn't justify buying it. Which is why I bought the Elsa video card instead. Alright, so I guess it's time to start going through the computers that I bought. And I think we'll start with... Well, I guess we'll probably start... Oh, here's where we'll start. We'll start with the computers that you can see behind me, and actually, we're going to start with a printer that's behind me. So, someone was joking that I bought laser writers, so... Okay, I am going to have to turn the dinosaur off to make it easier to get around the dinosaur. Sorry, dinosaur. You're in my way. I'll turn him back on later. But I don't want to... I don't want to trip. Alright. So, one of the items I found, in fact, this was actually in the spreadsheet of things that sellers were going to have. Well, this is not something I bought. Chris gave me that. So, there was a seller that had this Style Writer 2, 4 parts. Make an offer. Although they had it listed in the spreadsheet for $1. It did include the power cable and the serial cable. So I offered them the $1 that they wanted in the spreadsheet, and they accepted. Because I figured the serial cable's worth $1. There is no need to plug this in, because they said they plugged the printer in and it did not power up. So there is no need to plug this in now. It does not power up. Worst comes to worst, I have a serial cable for $1. Alright. We will put the Style Writer back to the side. All right. And because it's April Apples, and because Tom Barber is a good salesman, I picked up... Mike says, $1 for a cereal cable is 99 cents too much. I like... Thomas Armstrong says, I like 1 cent cables. I picked up this lovely Apple IIe. Notice the authentic aged appearance of the badges. Also, note the wonderful, authentic challenge typing mode that this computer comes with. I certainly hope you don't need to use the numbers 1, 2, or 3. Or this, I guess, up arrow key, the N key, or the V key. Fun fact, I can't type my name on this keyboard. Because, yeah, although Tom says they all work, there's just no caps. So, anyways, I'll have to get some replacement keycaps. Are these 3D printed key stems? Yes, they are. All right, I'll need to know that for when I buy keycaps. Yeah, I think Tom already put some 3D printed key stems on them. Mike says, Apple Rescue of Denver has caps. All right. So let's take a look at what's in this Apple IIe. We will actually, we are going to pull the power supply and inspect it before I just full send. But, all right. We have a cover here. For anyone that's like serial numbers, I guess I won't be able to register this on iCloud now. We have serial number 050809. Retro Fox says, live dangerously. Oh, Tom Barber says, I removed the reef a while ago. Oh, all right. Well, then we'll just test it then. All right, and inside this Apple IIe, we have an 80-column card. Yes. Mike says, darn, Tom took the reefa out, so that thing is fine. Frowny face. Oh, Tom Barber says, there's a dude on eBay that sells the keycaps. I was going to buy them from him, but got distracted like 2 years ago and never followed through. Jean-Francois says, its reefa will register its displeasure being rudely waken up. Mike says, that's a well-equipped 2E there. Yeah. Well, anyways, how much did I pay for this Apple IIe that included a free 250 gigabyte SSD? I mean, I realize that is a number of storage space that this Apple IIe would have never dreamed about back in 19 whatever. I mean, totally way more than you could probably ever imagine there being. I paid $30 for this Apple IIe. And it's unenhanced, too, which is excellent, because actually I kind of wanted a non-enhanced Apple IIe. But anyways, we will go ahead and we will power this thing up as soon as I can find the composite cable here. And let me see here. I think I probably not on... Oh, actually, I think I am on the correct video signal. So let's turn on the... Ah! Mike says, should have bought the SSD, got the 2E for free. Oh! Apparently the power switch was on. What do you know? And we have nothing on the... Oh, hold on. There is a reason why we have nothing on the capture input. That is because right there's the other end of the composite cable. It is clearly not plugged in. Oops. Alright, let me go plug the composite cable in. Oh, looky there! What do you know? Tom Barber said the 2E would have needed 3 SSDs to get it for free. $10. Oh, that's not the 10 key. All right. All right. Well, line 111, print, Print. Wait a minute. Something is not right there. Try PR. Huh. That's weird. The caps lock key is not working for some reason. Ran when parked. Yeah. I mean, it works. So other than probably we'll have to deoxit the keys or something. Yeah, it looks like it works. Working pull. Yeah. All right, let's see here. Yeah, that looks like the XCVBN. Okay, so it looks like the N key is a bit, probably needs a little cleaning. It's one of the missing keys. So the N key is like not typing all the time, and caps lock is not cooperating. So, all right, so I guess there's 2 keys I'll have to look at some point and get some replacement keycaps. Excellent. You can try the self-test. Press open and closed Apple keys at power up. All right. Tom says, same dude with keycaps has key switches too, so might be worth replacing those 3D printed ones or any sketchy ones. All right, Colonel, okay. Excellent. Anyways, $30 Apple IIe. I can't complain. Colonel is ready for inputs, yes. All right. So let me go ahead and make myself a note here that I can find a marker. If I can find an actual marker, not a paint marker. All right, so we need the in and caps lock. Need work. Keycaps. Duh. And cards. I'll at least need to source a controller card. I'll have to look. I might have a controller card stashed away somewhere. Tom Barber says, I like the chicken the Colonel makes. 11 herbs and spices. Mike Smith says, Colonel's kind of corny if you ask me. Ah, hi, Rudy. Welcome. We have Rudy's Retro Intel. Yes. My Apple IIe from the swap meet. Now, but wait, there's more. I bought something else from that Tom Barber guy. So let's go check it out. So I have to admit that Tom Barber guy's a really good salesman because he saw me buy something else and he said, you know, you should buy this from me. So I have an Apple IIgs. Is a ROM 0. We're going to put that to the test. All right, for anyone that likes serial numbers, there's the serial number. I'm not going to try to read that out while I'm holding it up, at least. It is E837C7UA2S6000. I think part of that's the model number in the serial number. You can't fool me. But we have an Apple IIgs. Mike says, this stream is getting kind of fruity. Yes, I know. Anyways, I think Tom sold this to me for $30 and it came with the free SSD. Imagine that. And let's see if I can get the lid off of it without breaking tabs. Anyways, while we look, we have some interesting things in here. There we go. It looks like we have a, looks like the serial port and a audio jack of some sort. We'll have to see what those say too. Assuming I don't, like, destroy the whole thing by letting gravity take over. We'll talk about that in a moment. So we have an Apple IIgs ROM 0. I believe the battery has been removed. Yeah, everyone's saying, Thomas Armstrong says, now for the orange. John Francois says, my dream computer in the 80s, couldn't afford it. Another great deal. Please check the battery. Thomas Armstrong says, head to work soon. All right. Oh. All right, there we go. The battery has been removed. I do not see any corrosion. Excellent. Ah, it is an Aztec power supply. All right. Mike says, I need to put a new battery in mine. Yeah, I'm going to. I'll have to do something about batteries. Because 2GSs like to save settings. All right. We also have what I think might be a stereo. Maybe that might be a stereo audio board. I can't tell. Looks like it plugs into the fan connector. Yeah, I think that might be a stereo audio board. Tom Barber says, yes, I believe that's a stereo card. And we have a Quickie controller in slot 6. I have no idea what. All right, let's zoom in. It looks like it's a serial port on the outside. A quickie controller by Vitesse Incorporated. I don't see any serial chips on it, though. So it may not actually be a serial port. Tom says the other card is some weird scanner card. Thomas Armstrong says, I still have my GS ROM 3 and Apple monitor, the color one. It's a quickie scanner. Alright, well, I don't have a quickie scanner. Maybe someday I'll find a quickie scanner. Then we can quickly scan stuff. And we have a RAM card here. Very nice. So, all right, I guess we can. All right, I guess we can give it a test. 3, 2, 1. Look at that. Check startup device. I presume Tom removed the refa. He's probably laughing because maybe he didn't. He's like, Justin just powered that one up without asking me. All right, it powers up. We have Sloopy Malibu. Hi, Sloopy. Sloopy says, I have one of those. All right, we'll get back to this in a moment. Tom says, I didn't remove the 2GS refa, so good luck. Mike says, yeah, they have 4, and when they blow, they take the fuse with them. Tom Barber says, all sales final. All right, we'll take another look at this later for reasons that I'm not going to admit to at this moment. Other than I did make the comment that Tom's a very good salesman. You can do with that information as you wish. But the other thing Tom had was one of these fingerprint GSI boards by Precision Software. It's the thing that has the little button. I think it might be a capacitive button that you stick on the case. And when you press it, it prints the screen or something like that. Oh, wait, this board's got a 6502 processor on it. That's kind of neat. Anyways, yeah. Now, this did not come with a free SSD before anyone's concerned, but Tom sold it to me for $10. Mike says, Just is also just a sucker. Mike says, yeah. So, cool. We'll have to explore this at some point. We'll have to actually set up a GS with a printer so we can actually print the screen with it, see if it works. Rudy says, is that like the wild card? I don't know if it is, because I'm not sure what the wild card is right offhand. Anyways, it was $10, so ignore the $30 price. Tom sold it to me for $10. So anyways, I some cool things from Tom's table. So thank you, Tom, for the good deals and all the free SSDs. I was going to buy 4 SSDs from you anyways, so it worked out in the end. Tom Barber says, don't forget about the last thing. Oh, things. Oh, yeah. The reason why I forgot about them, Tom, is because I ate them. Tom gave me some of those Clausen dill pickle jelly beans. They're quite tasty. Tom's reminding me yet another thing. Yes. Thank you, Tom. Yeah, Tom's now like getting really blunt in the chat. No, the IBM. All right. Yes, I forgot. Yeah, there was one other thing I got from Tom's table. two other things, to be precise. Let me go get them before they start multiplying more. Hold, please. That. All right. So you're probably wondering what I got for free for buying an SSD from Tom's Table. And this is the first one. We're discussing Trident cards. No, I got a pair of IBM 300GL computers. Oh, wait. I don't think this one's... Oh, this one's missing the badge. Come on, IBM. Where's your badge engineering when you really need it? All right. Yeah, Mike's asking a PC 300GL. Yes! Because I needed one of these. Yeah, so Tom said, you buy an SSD, I'll give you not one, but two of these. They're a matched set. Jeremy says, those are really common. Tom says, the badge is somewhere in a warehouse in Texas. All right. I am trying to get the case open. I'm starting with this one because this one is like the worst of the two. Maybe it would help if I like turn this around. Oh, there we go. All right. So anyways, this one has a bit of damage on the case. As you can see, apparently IBM learned the worst from Apple. This one's got spindler plastic. Although this one does have the power button still in it, so I might need that. The cool thing that IBM does is they put this label on it to kind of help you with things. And as very IBM of them, your computer may not have all connectors shown. Very IBM. Mike says, those aren't bad machines, but I wouldn't say they are really collectible either. Jesse says, there's a guy throwing out a bunch of iMacs in my town. I'm trying to get them. Cool. I hope you get them, Jesse. All right. And as you're about to see, this one is sad. Now, I did not open this one up. So you're about to see my actual reaction to how sad this is. I'm thinking, given a brief glimpse I saw, I should probably turn this like this. All right. 3, 2, 1. Oh, well. Yeah, there's definitely something going on there. All right. Bonus points to the first person who hasn't been there that can guess which warehouse this came from. Yeah, Jeremy is pointing out the hard drive is floating. Yes, I think I caught that. It is a something 3.2 gigabyte hard drive. Yes, we have some damage here. And the interesting thing is, there's no rechargeable battery in these, so I'm not sure exactly where the damage came from, but yeah, that is some quite sad damage. I'm trying to channel my best Peter Sellers impression for some reason. Jeremy's asking, have I been there, so no guessing for me. Yes, Jeremy, you have been there. No guessing from Tom Barber, even if he hasn't been there, he knows where they came from. Mike says, I'm guessing computer reset since Tom said the badge is in Texas. Jesse says someone already got them. The listing was up for 3 minutes. Jeremy says that board has an unpopulated AGP slot. Yes, I know. But this case also has no opening for AGP. It also has onboard video, which is using AGP. Also, I don't think I'm going to try to repair this board because that is quite sad. You'll see why I'm saying that in a moment. Because, remember, Tom Barber gave me a pair of things. Also, okay, at least the processor card edge looks good. Alright, we might need this in a moment. Mike says, that looks like a parts machine. Yes. Alright, we have a 64 megabyte DIMM. And we have another 64 megabyte DIMM. Yes, it does have a spare floppy and a hard drive. And PSU. So let me go ahead and pull the hard drive. It might come in handy in a moment. Mike's guessing it's probably a Pentium 300 or 333. Ooh, I'm balling, Mike. It's a 400. The 400 megahertz. All right, I think that's all we're going to grab at the moment. Although, oh, cool. I think this network card has a Wake on LAN cable. That could come in handy. Mike says 128 megabytes in that is actually pretty respectable. Yeah, not bad. I would agree. All right, so we are going to set this very sad 300 GL off to the side. I will probably strip it for a few more parts later. Probably the riser board, because it looks like the riser board might be in good shape. The cables, the floppy drive, power supply, the bracket that the CPU goes in. And then I'll probably throw the motherboard in my scrap bin in case I need to, like, say, remove the slot 1 or the DIMM connectors for something. Or even maybe this one memory module, but yeah, this one I think's toast. Actually, hi Callan, welcome. Jeremy says the AGP was probably using a horizontal or 90-degree riser because it looks like there is a horizontal card slot in the back. There is not a horizontal card slot in the back for the AGP. I think... I believe that this case just does not have the opening for the AGP in it, so I'm actually not going to comment on how it would have mounted because I don't think this case has the punch out for it. Anyways, I thought we might take a little bit better look at this damage. Yeah, that looks like some gnarly corrosion there. I'm pretty sure that SN75, whatever it is probably toast. But I was curious about this RAM chip here. Oh, poor RAM chip. Rudy says Mouse Town. Tom says that'll buff right out. Mike says, yeah, that thing is borked. Mike says the PC300 GL Tower would have an AGP slot. Ah, there we go. That's why we have no AGP slot in this one, because it's the desktop. The tower had... That's right, yeah. The desktops had built-in graphics. The tower had an AGP slot. And I think they might have even used the AGP card that had the little short bracket on the top. So it may have not even been a full AGP slot. Although I guess it could have been without the video connector there. I guess there would have been enough room for a full slot, because it wouldn't have had the video connector. So I take that back. I think it's another case I'm thinking of that had the little, like, short half-height bracket on the top of the card. IBM did that on something, though. Alright. Anyways, let's get this parts machine off the bench before it starts shedding debris. And let's go grab the other one, which is already open. Now, feast your eyes on this. Look at how... Rudy says, I'm off to bed, still under the weather. Good night, everyone. Good night, Rudy. Look at this one here. It's missing the floppy drive, so I'll have to transfer that over. And... the fan's a little loose. But anyways, notice we do not have sadness here. As a bonus, we have the RAM upgrade in it. Yeah, it's got, Mike says nice. It's got the VRAM upgrade. We still have a network card. It's missing the Wake on LAN cable, so I'll swipe that from the other one. It actually has a 12.8 gigabyte hard drive in it. So let's take the RAM. Go ahead and install the RAM. And we will attempt the processor that came out of the other one. Now, the thing is, there's one thing, the badge for the other one had a Pentium 2 badge on it, but this one actually has a Pentium 3 badge on the case. Still, I'm pretty sure that the BIOS probably still supports a Pentium 2 processor. So we will put this 400 megahertz processor in for testing, because it'll save me from having to find a Pentium 3. Looks over to my left and sees Pentium 3 processors. Yeah, we'll test it with this first. Mike says, that'll make a nice Pentium 2 gaming machine, only downside is the graphics card. Yeah, we all know that S3 Trio 3D was the ballin' video card that everyone wanted back in the 1998s. Yeah, exactly what everyone wanted. Mike says, just check the dip switches before you turn it on. Yep. I am going to do that. Just as soon as I can, let me pull this up on the retro web, because I cannot read the silk screen, and I don't particularly want to have to go walk over and grab the top of the case. Luckily, this motherboard is on the retro web. All I need to search for is, I believe, actually no, I think I need to search for 6275 to find it. because that is the type number of this particular computer. And there we go. I have the chart that I need. It should be down here. So speed selection for Pentium 2. All right, so for 400 megahertz, switch 1 needs to be, let me find a better, hold on, I need to find an actual pen. There we go. No, that's not a pen, that's a brush. That's a Sharpie, not a pen. There we go, it's a spudger with a pointy point. All right. So I need to, switch 1 needs to be on, switch 2, on, off, on. All right, there we go. That's set to 400 megahertz. That's interesting. All right, so switch 1.5 is for BIOS operation, so I want that one to be off for normal operation. 6 is factory configured, do not alter, that should be off. 7, PAP, I'm not sure what that is, but off as default, so we'll leave that. And 8 is floppy drive write protect disabled is off. All right, there we go. We have configured the dip switches. Tom Barber says, I think Mike called you a dip switch. Are you going to take that? Mike then replies back to Tom, you are a dip switch. Joe says, oh, hi, Joe. Joe says, stick a voodoo in there with the onboard as the 2D, and that'd be pretty nice. S3 Trio is great for DOS. Salvage Geek, greetings. Hi, Salvage Geek. All right, we are about to power up this IBM. I can't call it a tower of power because it's a desktop. This desktop of power. Oh, and it powered up. Apparently it's not respecting the fact that I didn't hit the power switch. All right, and it beeped. Probably because I don't have the monitor plugged in. All right, oh, there we go. Hold, please. I gotta... All right, I believe we have monochrome video because I did not plug the monitor in before plugging power in, and it just, like, turned on by itself. So, let's, Jeremy says, desktop of deliciousness. I'm not sure I would lick this system at the moment. Therefore, I don't think I can call it delicious. Disclaimer, don't lick your computers. There we go! Now we've got some very accurate IBM colors on the screen. Tom Barber says, see if there's anything cool on the hard drive. Mike says, at least it works. It was going through its checkpoints. Oh, let's see here. If we're going to check to see if it works, we do need to do a couple of things first. All right, so I need to power it off. Jeremy says, isn't it eye candy? Well, actually, the lid's quite yellowed, but I guess it is eye candy. I mean, it's IBM. It's IBM's design language. It was very formal, for lack of a better word. Very industrially formal. Tom says it has some asset tag for like an aerospace company or something. Which is kind of giving me pause to seeing what's on it on stream. Because I'd prefer not to find out what's on it and have a 3-letter visit me tomorrow. Although NASA would be cool. I could say hi to NASA. Plus, they're not a 3-letter. I mean, it could just have plans for the space shuttle on it. That'd be cool. And Tom Barber says it's fine. Everything's declassified by now. Yeah. Alright, I was going to pull the battery out so we could actually set BIOS settings. But it would appear as if the battery is not wanting to cooperate. So hold, please. It's just a really weird angle to remove. So, how many spudgers does it take to remove the battery from this computer? Well, 2, apparently. 1 to pry it up and 1 to... Oh. You know, maybe the battery's actually kind of... Oh! Actually, that might be why I'm having trouble removing it. I think it might actually be kind of stuck to the battery terminal. There we go. Now maybe it'll... Joe says that is an interesting retention mechanism on the battery. It looks no different than others I've seen, but it is certainly... Fine. I don't usually like to use metal objects to remove these batteries, but it is probably dead, so I think there's little risk in me shorting the battery for a couple seconds. Because there's probably nothing to short. There we go. I got the battery out. Alright, let's put a new battery in. If I can find the... Oh, there's the batteries. Alright. Had to locate the batteries. They like to hide. Alright, let me get a battery out. Oh, Stian says bomb defuse. Yeah, hi Stian, welcome. Yeah, the CR 2032s are not known for being as destructive as certain other batteries, but, I mean, all batteries can leak, and given enough time, they probably would leak too. So, probably just as well to replace it with a new battery. Mike says, I've broken so many of those, replacing the batteries is not funny. Joe L says, done that more than once, depending on the type of holder. Yeah. Alright. So we're going to put a brand new Power Owl battery in. There we go. Now, if I set CMOS settings, they will be retained. Alright, let me find a PS2 keyboard. I know I have one around here somewhere. There it is. I have apparently managed to knock a bunch of stuff directly behind me, so if you hear a noise while when I move my chair, it's probably because I have a broken case lid and a tube of chips behind me. Hopefully I don't roll over the tube of chips. Hi, Mega, welcome! Mega says, just don't solder them. Yes. When I worked at the computer shop while I was in high school, my boss tried to solder one of those CR 2032s, and it did go pop while he was soldering it. Luckily, no one was injured. But that was a wake-up call. Also, to my knowledge, he didn't try it again. Joel says, pulled the Renata battery out of a Dell I got recently. Someone spent some extra money on that battery. Mega says, I like the ones with the thin clips that just sit on the edge of the plastic. Mike says, yay, it's good for another 30 years. I hope so. Well, I plugged the keyboard in. I tried to hit F1. The hard drive is not plugged in that's in here, if anyone's wondering. Alright, looks like we are going through some codes on the top right. Following errors were detected when the system was started. Bad CMOS battery. Select one of the following. Continue. Configuration settings are invalid. Automatically configure and continue. Configuration errors were detected. Continue. Alright, system summary. We have a Pentium 2. Alright, yep. That's good. Let's see. Oh, that's just a summary. Alright, there's the summary. Product data. There we go. I think there is a newer BIOS for the system. I'll have to program it at some point. But this is a 6275-90U. If anyone can find what processor this would have shipped with, I would love to know that now. Ah, Mike says it was testing memory. 6275. On the label in the system, there's a hyphen between 6275 and 90U. I was having trouble figuring out what 90U meant in terms of options. I'm suspecting it was probably a Pentium 3 of some point. Of some part. Alright, I don't have a floppy drive installed. There's no mouse connected at the moment. It does see all 4 megabytes of video memory. That's good. Alright, I don't have an IDE drive connected at the moment, so I'll go ahead and ignore that for now. Let's go ahead and set the date and time so we can see if it's retaining settings. Let's see here. So it is 9:40 p.m. Oh, IBM is going to make me increment, of course. 9:41 p.m. Let me guess. Of course. It'll only let you go forward. It won't let you go backwards. A lot of BIOSes will let you go forwards. All right, it is April 29th. It should save it because the battery's brand new. Ah, all right, let me enter that. All right. How about let's save the settings and exit setup. Yes, exit. All right. Tom Barber says, I'm glad it's Y2K compliant. I'm glad it is too. No processor BIOS update found. Hi, SadMac. Eep. Wow, for a free computer, this is working pretty good. Especially since I swapped the processor and RAM over. No processor BIOS update found. Well, that's weird. Oh, alright. Well, that makes sense. I didn't plug the hard drive in. Alright. How about let's plug this hard drive in and see... We'll see how good or bad of a shape it's in. Alright, so... Oh, wait a minute. Or is it plugged in? Because there's the floppy. Oh, wait a minute. It might actually be plugged in. I can't see where the other side of the ribbon cable goes, though. There's the one side, and... it goes... Hold, please, while I attempt to look at the riser card, because I think it... Oh, there it is. It is plugged in. Oh, you know, that hard drive is plugged in. It's a quantum fireball. Alright, let's try again. I'm gonna see if I can hear the hard drive spin up, because something tells me that the quantum hard drive might have failed. Mike says 90U was a Pentium 3 450 megahertz with 64 megs of RAM, 4 megabyte SG RAM, no hard drive, and was introduced April 1999. No, oh. Oh, and I plugged it in, and it powered up, and then it powered off. Something tells me that... Powered off right as I was banging the hard drive. Oh. Oh, that's why it powered off. It's because now that they're CMOS settings, the power button actually works. That's what it's doing. All right. No processor BIOS update found. All right, I think I know what's going on here. Mike says that was an AAP model. They were sold bulk to authorized builders / resellers to build out to customer spec. That would make sense. Especially if an aerospace company had a bunch of these, that would make sense. That I bet the because the aerospace company probably had fairly specific requirements. And probably wanted their own hard drives. In fact, the aerospace company may have even provided their own hard drives after purchase. All right, let's see if this other hard drive that I pulled out of the other one works. Because I think this quantum hard drive's dead. Okay. I heard this hard drive spin up. All right, I think I know what that no processor update dealy do is complaining about, and I may have the fix for it. Configuration changes occurred. Oh, Mike says that's 167 you could ignore. Oh, well, the thing is, it's like doing it every single time I start the system. Maybe I can... Maybe I can turn it off. Oh. Oh, I was almost sure that I could... Alright. Mike says, just ignore it. The machine should still boot fine. Oh, Mike, I tried turning it off. It will not let me change the setting. Maybe if I try again now that I'll try it again. All right, continue. Advanced setup. Processor control. So, oh, there it is. It let me change it. Hi, Dave. Welcome. All right, so now it probably will not stop with the 167 error. Oh, Mike says the computer is looking for a BIOS update for the CPU. Usually it just goes past that. There we go. Uh-oh. This Maxtor hard drive is also... It was making clunking noises, so something tells me it's not long for this world. So how about let's... So we can see if this will boot. Let's take this Maxtor hard drive out, which is making clunking noises. Well, yeah, at least that Tom Barber guy hasn't told me no refunds. Oh, wait. This was a free system. You can't get a refund for a free system. Never mind. Alright, as I continue to knock things off my workbench. In the quest to find a power adapter for the compact flash card reader. I think I'll keep my $0. Thank you very much. All right. Dave's asking Tom if he's recovered from his visit to Steve's basement. Actually, the question I want to know is, how many printers appeared in your car, Tom? Jesse says you underestimate the entitlement of high rollers at most casinos. All right. Excellent. Look, I've got Dust Bench, so we can run some pointless benchmarks. Starting with 3D Bench. Wow, look at that. 290 frames per second. In fact, I think it's running so fast that, Mike says it boots. Sadmax says, same Justin, how many printers did Steve try to offload? I don't know. Steve wasn't at the swap meet. So I don't know how many printers he tried to offload. Stian says, benchmarks aren't pointless. I need to know whether my ancient system is faster than your ancient system. Sadmax says, Noom! 58.5 frames per second. Wow. Mike says the S3 card is great for DOS and light Windows games, but sucks for heavier stuff. Yeah. Oh, hi. Oh, no. 32.3 player bench score. Wow, that might be the highest number yet I've seen. All right. We all know we need this one. Will this computer play Doom? That's like the whole reason why we set these machines up. I think we're going to have like a score around 700. 693 real ticks. Obviously, I haven't had a chance to update the Phil's benchmark, because the new version will convert that to frames per second. Oh, hi, Beanboy89. Hey, Justin, great to have met you at the System Source Swap Meet. I was the one who had the TI-83 and the USB chargers. Ah, thank you. Yes. Oh, wow, 94.5 frames per second. This will play Quake. You know, I bet this will play Quake at 640 by 480. Let's try it. No, it did not. That is not 640 by 480. That was 63.4 frames per second. That was not the resolution I told it to run at, but that was not... I don't know. Okay. Was that 360 by 480? It didn't look like it. No, because that's 360 by 480. All right. For some reason, if Quake doesn't like the resolution that it's told to run at for the benchmark, it goes to a default resolution, but there we go. 37.7 frames per second. Not bad. All right, so let's run... Guess we can run hardware info. See if there's any interesting information about this system that it gleans. So it does see this. Ah! It is able to detect the mainboard model. There we go. Mainboard chipset. It might be reading that from the BIOS. So there's some fun facts there. This is an IBM 627590U. That's the actual like type code for the system. It's also a PC300GL. Video info. Sure enough, we've got the S3 Trio 3D, Visa local bus extensions. It looks like version 2.0. And let's see. Oh, that's all fine. CPU errata. No errata on this processor. And I guess we'll run SpeedSys. I'm running this last because oh, okay. I probably need to restart and not load Memory Manager. There we go. SpeedSys. There we go. There we go. That's better. All right, and we do benchmark at a benchmark of, looks like it's right under a Pentium 2 400, which is weird because this is a Pentium 2 400. But it looks like it's a little bit under the mark. But we'll see what the memory is very fast. Okay, that's really, that was writing, that's moving. MMX reading, MMX writing. And MMX moving right there. There we go. There we go. There's the benchmarks of the system. So it looks like I was able to take the two I got from Tom Barber and make one working one. So excellent. Now, of course, I am somewhat curious. Let me go to this webpage I have open here. I am curious, though. Oh, that's interesting. Manual says no switch settings are required for the Pentium 3 CPU, because now I just spoiled what I was going to do. Because if you remember, I picked up a Pentium 3 CPU from the free pile at VCF East. And of course, now I don't really remember which one it was of the two I have sitting beside me, but I think these are both 500s. Also, the lid of the computer seemed to indicate that there were all right, I don't know which is which. One of these came from VCF East. So I'm tempted to take the Pentium 2 out, put this Pentium 3 in, and see if it improves performance any. Oh, wait. This one does not work with the retention mechanism. I think maybe this is the one I have that works with the... There we go. That one actually might be too tall to put the case back on. Oh, no, it's not. I think the case will just go back in. All right. Let me go take a look at the top of the lid. Oh, Mike says you just have to switch the speed setting so it knows what's there. It'll only do 100 megahertz frontside bus. All right, maybe it... Oh, let me plug the video and keyboard back in. Maybe it really doesn't need to know the switch settings for Pentium 3. The lid seemed to show different settings for the Pentium 3 processors, but then again, maybe they really weren't different, and I just looked at it really quickly. All right, it probably will complain because it probably will detect there's a new processor. So I might as well just go ahead and press F1 now and go into setup. Yeah, it should auto-detect it. 'Cause, But the BIOS usually... Oh. Oh. Alright, well, we'll go ahead and save settings. Oh. Whoop, that's fine. I was holding shift down too early. There is no keyboard error. It was only user error. Continue. There we go. Yes, it was an ID10T error. Exactly, Mike. All right, so with this Pentium 3 processor, we are going to have a score of 317.8. Wow. I want to play the Need for Speed now on this thing. All right, for Chris's 3D benchmark, not to be confused with RetroTech Chris. And this is also what I call the spinny, boxy, blobby, orby thingy testy, but seems like the pointless benchmark. 63.9 frames per second. I think that's about 4 more frames per second extra. Although we're 50 megahertz faster on the processor, so that might do it too. PC player benchmark. That is really smooth. Also note there are no graphical anomalies on the top and bottom of the screen. 34.7 is the player bench. Yes, this is a very DOS-compatible video card. We've got Doom. So I think we're like, what, 697? I'm really not sure this processor will do that much better, because that's about probably the limits of Doom. Oh, 645. Okay, I was wrong. 645 real ticks. Ooh. All right, we will just run the one Quake time demo here. I think this one was, what, about 90 some frames per second? 111 frames per second. Wow. Pentium 3 is so much better for Quake than Pentium 2. That's amazing. All right, and we'll run SpeedSys. Salvage Geek says, what a beast. Yes. All right, looks like it benchmarked. Interesting. The AMD K63500 benchmarks the same as this processor. Of course, granted, that's probably not floating point benchmark. Mike says, that's funny. It benches the same as a K63500. I know, that is really weird. All right. I mean, this computer runs great with a Pentium 2 or a Pentium 3. I would say I'd have bought this system for $1, but it was free for buying an SSD from Tom Barber. So thank you, Tom, for giving me the deal I couldn't refuse for a pair of IBMs that I could make one working from. Yeah, I'll leave the Pentium 3 in it. Yeah, I'll definitely leave the Pentium 3 in it. What am I going to use this for? Tom Barber says, pleasure doing business with you, good sir. I don't know what I'm going to use it for right offhand. This is like the computer that I didn't know I needed that Tom Barber sold me. And I'll have more stuff to tempt you with at the June swap meet. Yes. Yes, you will. I think you already mentioned one thing that you'll tempt me with. Mike says he's going to use it for playing Doom. Well, yeah, of course. Yeah, Mike's got the idea. All right. What else do you use an old IBM PC for? Whoop. And that timer means it's about time to snipe an eBay auction. All right. What's the eBay auction that I need to snipe? I'm not telling anyone. Not until I win or lose. Because I don't want to pay more than I have to. I also don't want to roll over the things I knocked off the workbench, so give me a moment to pick these up before I put the computer on the bench. But the next item is actually not something I bought. It's something that Retro Tech Chris bought and then gave me. And since he posted it on social media, I have no qualms of letting you know this computer is actually from Retro Tech Chris, but he did buy it at the swap meet. Salvage Geek says you could always just install Windows ME. Yeah. Anyways, so this computer, along with the next two I'm going to show you, came from the System Source warehouse sale. So System Source is the location of the Maryland Technology Museum, and I guess occasionally they get computers in excess. And the swap meet, they had computers for sale, and they had colored dots on them to indicate the price. Red was $5. Pink was $10. And if you can't tell, that's one of the pink labels. I think yellow was like $15. Blue was $20. And then or maybe yellow was $30 and there was a different color for $15. Anyways, they had 5 price points. Actually, let me see if I can't pull up RetroTech Chris's post. Although it may not be logged into... Oh, nope, I will not be doing that because I'm not logged into X on this computer. Then I'm watching an auction on my phone. Literally, I don't want to pay more for this than it's worth. Because it's a for parts item, I'm not even sure I can repair it. But when you see what this is, well, I'm holding off on the exact reveal for 2 minutes. Because if I show you what this is, it might give away what I'm about to try to snipe. I'll let you all place some guesses in the chat as to what computer you think this might be. Or what video card might be in it. Or why I feel like I need to find the Windex and paper towels to give this a wipe down sooner rather than later. How much do I want to pay for this item? Yeah. Tom Barber says, oh, there we go. Tom Barber's got it. Yeah, red was $5, pink was $10, yellow was $15, light blue was $20, and dark blue was $30. Okay. So that was the pricing for the untested PCs. Now, they did have, if you see pictures or videos of the swap meet, they had some tested stuff that was individually priced. The PCs were just piled up on a table. They were untested, but they did, I guess someone was asking Ryan about them, one of the volunteers. And Ryan did say, though, that they did open them up and make sure that there wasn't any, like, massive, painful Varda damage. He said that some of them did have some minor corrosion, but nothing major. Anyways, all right, the auction is over. So I will reveal what this is. Sad Max guessing, is it some kind of luggable? The answer is no. Stian says, the Windex question is obvious. That thing looks grimier than my garage. Yeah, it probably is. Yeah, there is some, like, corrosion on the metal in the back. It's especially visible here on the card slots. Nothing on the bottom of the case. The bottom looks good. It's like the back. It kind of looks like the back was hit with some, like, moisture spray. The top of the case looks really grimy. And now I just gave away what this is. This is dude, I got a Dell Netplex 450p. Made in the USA. And that is not a Geek and Spiel sticker. That is the actual Dell sticker. Mike says, you have to come up to the June swap meet at VCF East. Yeah, I'm going to try to do it. But you all probably noticed there's something missing on this computer. And the item that I just successfully sniped is what I think might have been the original drive that was installed in this computer. Although it is for parts, so I might still be sad. But I successfully placed a bid on one of those combo 3.5, 5.25 inch drives, because that's what this shipped with. Yeah, Tom Barber's, Sadback says, dude, Retro Tech or Die, hello. Yes, Tom Barber says, I recognize the service tag on the back. Sadmax says, oh, if I'd noticed the service tag. Mike says, I'm impressed with your haul, considering the Maryland location is a smaller meet. Mike, you should have seen the parking lot. I mean, it wouldn't have been, I still don't know that it was necessarily big enough for the entire East Coast to travel down to it, but they were packed this weekend. Jesse says, I see a Dallas module, yes. So, no battery damage for this computer. Actually, Mike says, Ryan said we might have to move it next time to the bigger lot. Yes, we might have to. Especially if it continues to be that popular. All right, but anyways, I think the story behind this Dell is, I think someone noticed it and pointed it out to Chris, and I don't know if that was maybe an indication that person might have wanted it, but anyways, turns out they didn't want it, so Chris had bought it for them. Since they didn't want it, Chris offered it to me. So, thanks, Chris. Now, the thing is, we already have tested this. we tested this at Chris's house. So I can tell you this, spoiler alert. If you saw Chris's post, you will know that this power supply is dead. There's no use me even trying to power this up for you with that power supply. Mike says, I had all the intentions of going, but got stuck at work. Ah, bummer. Oh, hi, Francois. Welcome. Anyways, well, I don't know if anyone wants to try to pull up the service tag 316PV. That would be 316 Paul Victor, to see if anything interesting comes up. Jesse says, I don't have Twitter anymore, so no more Chris posts. All right. Well, for those of you that didn't see Chris's post, we powered this up on his workbench, and the power supply was like completely, totally, and utterly dead. Then we noticed there were signs that someone's been in it. Mike says, who else can meet in June? Let's make an event with lunch afterwards. Actually, I believe Ike's Retro... was this channel Ike's Vintage Tech or Ike's Retro Tech? He's going to be there in June. He and I were chatting on Messenger last night. I think he's got some stuff to sell, even. All right, so, okay, disclaimer. Don't open power supplies up unless you know what you're doing. There can be dangerous voltages inside, especially if you, like, do something dumb and, like, leave it plugged in and open it up. But even after you unplug it, well, caps can stay charged. So this is for entertainment and educational purposes only. And by educational purposes only, I only mean that we're going to see if we can figure out why someone's been in this before. I am not going to teach you how to repair it. In fact, looking at the PCB in this power supply, I don't think I am going to try repairing this, because that looks literally baked. Oh, buddy, that PCB looks literally cooked. That PCB is not supposed to be that color. Sadback says this is more of a power supply autopsy than a how to fix. Yeah. Yes, I believe Sadback is correct. This has turned into an autopsy because, first of all, this coil... That coil just doesn't look right, and that is where the board is cooked the most. Admax says burnt. Jesse says, I don't like my power supplies well done. Mike says, steampunk brown rust color. Alright, I really don't want to directly smell this, but I'm going to see if I can, like, get a whiff of the smell. No. Unfortunately, it's probably been so long since it was powered up, it doesn't really smell burned. Oh! Someone has been in this power supply. The screw is missing. I think they used that screw to hold it in on the outside. Oh yeah, this PCB is totally loose. All right. Question number 1, is the fuse good? I'm going to guess this fuse is blown. No, that fuse is still good. So this power supply, I have a feeling it just basically is, I don't know. I'm almost expecting to see some component that's shorted in here or something. Actually, I see something that doesn't look right down here. So, you see that thing there? This? Oh. Oh, that's a piece of insulator. Never mind. Mike says, don't get high sniffing your own power supply. Yeah. Alright, anyways, this power supply, as Jeremy would say, this power supply is basura. As in, it's going in the trash. Because, I mean... I don't see any failed components, but the board is so charred that I would not be surprised if... Oh! Well, look at that. I was going to unplug the fan so I could get the PCB out, and the plastic of the fan connector just, like, literally shattered. Yeah, okay. This power supply is not going to be used. In fact, I'm actually going to cut the wires to remove it so we can take a look at the underside, because spoiler alert, I found a replacement power supply on eBay, and the seller sent me an offer after I watched it, and I bought it last night before I even opened this up to see what it looked like. Because we actually plugged this in and powered it up at Chris's house, and it did nothing but make some clicking noises, so... Tedmac says, yeah, I get the feeling this particular one has been on fire. Hey, Falcor, welcome! Falcor says, yo, what is up, my man? Great seeing you at VCF East and getting a huge hug. About to do some board work on a Mac Classic while I watch the stream. Yay, Mac Classics! I love those classic Macs. All right. Be well, yes. All right, good luck working on that Classic. It was great seeing you. Glad my table was, like, so close to Amiga of Rochester's. Because, yeah, Falcor came to the show just to give Thomas a computer, and luckily my table was, like, one table down and across, so I was able to see Falcor. Alright, this power supply is, like, has been deemed condemned, and quite literally, that is why I just cut wires. After ensuring it was unplugged, of course. Fire, yeah. Yeah. Alright. See if I can get this PCB out. Quite honestly, I'm not trying to be gentle. I just don't want to get, like, bits everywhere if more plastic breaks. Oh, there might actually be a... Oh, there actually is a screw. Oh, actually, someone has... Yeah, someone's definitely been in here before. Because that screw was backed out partway. I am not implying that it was anyone at System Source that was in this computer, because I think they were really only checking to make sure there wasn't like battery corrosion or other corrosion on the boards. So now I'm not implying that System Source tried to repair this. Yeah, yikes. It probably was the previous owner before this went to e-waste. Quite honestly. I am glad, though, that there wasn't any major corrosion in it, so that it was put on sale. But, yeah. Because they did admit, they wanted to make sure they weren't going to sell a battery-bombed computer that had no hope of repair. But, as you will see when we get to the other computers from the System Source table, because I do have two, one of them does have some very minor battery corrosion, so... but they have... but as you'll see, there's evidence that they were just only inspecting battery damage. I don't think they removed parts. But yeah, this power supply board is like... I can't really tell what was on fire, but quite honestly, I think it might have been this... This coil looks very dark. I am kind of in agreement with the chat. This power supply may have experienced a thermal event. In fact, I am kind of wondering if maybe if this computer was in a damp environment, possibly a damp corroding environment, and if maybe one of the transformer's wiring was damaged and then someone powered it up and it went whoosh. Falcor says, I gifted that Molar Mac to Thomas. Fun fact, he has always dreamed of owning one to run at ease and I guess relive middle school. Cool. Jesse says, Dell's QC was that bad in the early 2010s. I've tightened so many loose hard drives in those workstations. Sadmac says, quote, experienced a thermal event. I'm stealing that, Justin. And Sadmac says, yeah, that might actually be what happened. Because I don't see any damaged components. Other than this transformer looks very suspicious. That is not to say that the insulation wasn't black, but it just looks really suspicious. And this transformer really looks weird too. And quite honestly, I'm wondering if one of these transformers, I'm wondering if one of the transformers shorted. Something. I mean, something, because this board is like literally baked. Interestingly enough, I don't see any traces that have evaporated. So I have to say, I do know these power supplies have an overvoltage protection circuit, which usually involves an SCR that usually they fail shorted, which would mean they're going to shunt the overvoltage to ground. I guess I will give that to Dell, that maybe this power supply's overvoltage protection saved the computer. I just noticed something weird here. Some interesting marks on the opto-isolator. Can't tell if that's glue or a crack. I bet that's a crack. Oh, wait. Maybe it's glue. Because the interesting thing is there's a string here. Maybe that is glue. Never mind. That might be glue. Yeah, we're in the middle of a power supply autopsy. I do not see any components that have a huge hole in them. But that transformer there looks kind of weird. It is also possible that maybe this power supply just ran so hot so long. But that looks really dark. It almost looks like it had a more sudden thermal event. John says, check the big caps near the inductor coil. Maybe I should get my meter out and check them. They don't look blown, but then again, there's glue holding them in. Oh, wait. That isn't that conductive glue, is it? Hold on. I think I see the darkest spot of the board. It's right in here. Where the fan connector was. The fan connector that just literally shattered when I tried to unplug it. What is that part there? I'm trying to look to see if there's maybe a part missing there. Anyways, that is an LM... an L7805CV. Oh, it's a 5-volt linear regulator. Wait, why is there a 5-volt linear regulator? Oh, fuse is fine. The fuse actually is intact. I don't know. I don't see exactly what failed, but this does appear to be the darkest part of the board, right around this linear regulator. Oh, wait a minute. Is that a crater in the side of it? Well, that's a weirdly shaped linear regulator. Yeah, I'm just trying to... Schottky diode and linear regulator is normally on a heatsink. Yeah, no, and this one's not. Trying to metal fatigue the legs. I don't want to desolder it because I'm not going to... This power supply is cooked. I'm not going to risk... I'm not risking things on a cooked power supply, but I was curious. Yes, the finest Dell PSU. I at least wanted to check this linear regulator to see if it was shorted, because I think it might be the source of the heat damage. And if it's not, then I don't know if I can. There we go. It looks normal other than kind of dark on the tab. All right, so let's see here. I don't know what the pinout is right offhand, but generally the tab is like, see, for a linear regulator, I think the tab is usually voltage out. It's tied to the middle pin, I think. That is, yep. Actually, all right, let me go to diode test mode. Actually, I think the linear regulator is. I don't know. So I put it on diode test mode, and so with the positive on the tab here, I was seeing like about a 6 point or a point, about a 0.7 volt drop there, and about a 0.6 drop there. And if I reverse the leads, I get a 3 volt drop there and a 2 volt drop there. Which maybe that's right for a linear regulator, but I don't know. Anyways, I think the power supply that was in this Dell is cooked. But I've got a replacement on the way. Alright, so that's enough power supply autopsy. Let me at least shake the computer out so I know I didn't get any power supply bits in it. There we go. Alright. So, however, I'm not going to leave you all empty-handed here. I just need to find my power supply for testing. Let's see, where did I put it? Is that it? Oh, that is it. All right, so there's my, it's the ATX power supply used for testing, and I need to find my AT to ATX power adapter. Luckily, this Dell does use a standard pinout. Do make sure when plugging in the pins, you don't accidentally skip a pin. That would be disastrous. And so this is just a standard ATX power supply. Nothing special. All right, if anyone is wondering specs, we'll get to that in a moment. All right, so we will plug our ATX power supply in. Let's see here. I might as well go ahead and plug in a keyboard. There we go. Got a keyboard. We'll plug in the video. And because I'm feeling optimistic here, spoiler alert, we tested it at Chris's house. I'm going to plug in the hard drive cable. It's just my compact flash card. Although I think at Chris's house we only tested it with a floppy drive. All right, so smoke test in, because you never know when it might have like not survived chipping. All right, smoke test in 3, 2, 1. Oh, and I gotta go to capture input. There we go. It's a Dell System 450, 8 megabytes of RAM. Let's go ahead and go to Setup Utility. I should probably do something about this Dallas module. There's a DS12887A. I think I have a Glitchworks module sitting over to the side here that maybe I should just go ahead and use it. There we go. All right, hold please. Let's go ahead and power off, and I'm going to put in a real-time clock module replacement. So there's our original Dallas module. Might as well save ourselves some frustration from not saving settings. All right. So this is one from the Glitchworks. I don't have any spare Necroware ones at the moment. Invalid configuration information. Please run setup. All right, it is detecting that I have put a new module in. All right, let's see here. It is left or right to change values. It is 10:47 p.m. Luckily, this one lets me go backwards. I think there is a newer BIOS than this computer has. At some point, I'll burn a new BIOS chip for it. All right, we'll go ahead and tell it that we don't have a floppy drive installed. Let's go ahead and auto detect. And one in cache, that's good. CPU speed is 50 megahertz. It is a DX2. And let's see here. How do we, Alt-P to the next page. Keyboard errors report, I guess that's fine. Not enabled for password. Boot sequence, disk at first. Yeah, that's fine. All right. All right, that all looks good. So let's see here. I think F10 usually... Oh, F10 may not save. Escape, exit. No boot device available. Oh, that's interesting. F1 to retry boot. Oh, interesting. Doesn't seem to like my compact flash card. Or there's something wrong with the IDE cable. One. All right. Hi, Sylvestron. Welcome. Sylvestron says, look at that perfect Y2K support. Might be in Slave and Drive 2 was set to none. I'm pretty sure this compact flash card is set to master. Because I just used it on another computer and it auto-detected it. But I could... The cable could be bad. Cable could have been installed backwards. The IDE could have a jumper enable, because... Oh. Hold on, let me take a look at the lid. It had a few jumper settings on it. Let me just try another cable here real quick. All right. Jesse says a cold reboot. Well, that may also fix... Okay, so if this cable works, then I will try the other cable, because maybe it does need a cold reboot. All right. Because there's the compact flash card. All right, we will try the original cable after we run some benchmarks to kind of get an idea of the performance of the system. But first we will run hardware info, because we must know the hardware info. Oh, I think it's still processing. All right, while we wait for that to come up, I'm actually going to go to Dell's website. I'm going to go to Support Home, and I am going to type in the... what I think might be the service tag number. Oh, that is not the service tag number. There is no match for that service tag or product ID. Please. Oh, this may actually predate the modern service tags. I think hardware info is locked up. Alright, I think it is locked up. I will bypass himem.sys and EMM386. That can throw off that utility. There we go. Reading data. There we go. Let's see here. Ah, that was it. All right, so we got a Intel DX2, 50 megahertz, 8 megabytes of RAM, computer name Dell System 466. It is a Phoenix BIOS with the cool teal text, famous for these Dells. So it is a Cirrus Logic CLGD5428 graphics, 512K of DRAM. It is on the Visa local bus, so that is good. And it has the Cirrus International CL24 True Color RAM DAC. I believe this computer supports 1 megabyte of video RAM. So, actually, I think I ordered some chips that'll fit this board for, I ordered them from UT Source. Because I'm pretty sure this board takes the same RAM as the Trident cards I usually use. So, let me take a look at what speed RAM is in here. 70 nanoseconds. Are these the correct RAMs? I believe they are. All right, we are going to do a little we're going to go ahead and do an upgrade here. Why not? So let's go ahead and escape out of this. All right, I'm going to have trouble showing this, but I'm going to go ahead and install some RAM into some VRAM. So I'm going to contact clean these RAM sockets because the board is grungy. And then I'm going to insert 4 of these absolutely highest quality used memory chips. Had to look for the new or used tag on the label. Of course, I think I'm going to have to... Let's see, I'm trying to think here. I think I have... After this computer, I have 2 more computers. And then if we have time left over, I will admit to the... No, I have 3 more computers. All right. And then if we have time after that, I'll admit to the monitor I bought. Although anyone... There has been a hint tonight as to what the monitor might be. Tom Barber's not allowed to guess. All right. 1 little memory chip. Two little memory chips. And Thomas Armstrong has guessed correctly. 3 little memory chips. Yes, I bought an Apple Color RGB monitor. Really? I bought the monitor for the Apple II GS. So now all I need is... Now I need to find the... If I can find the keyboard, I'll have an actual... The ability to set an Apple II GS up the way it would have been purchased. There we go. I have done the RAM upgrade. Now let's see if it detects it. Mike says, funny, I have one in local buy sell for my 2GS on Facebook. I'm picking up tomorrow or Thursday. Mike says, it turns in is the description. Excellent. We like monitors that turn in. All right. Video info. Oh. Well, it does not see the RAM I just added. Is there a jumper I was supposed to change? It's also possible those are the wrong RAM. Hmm. I don't see a jumper. Interesting. All right, well. Okay. Still reporting only 512K of DRAM. Yeah. Mike says, which probably means the indicator light lights up. Hi, Jack. Welcome. Yeah, just tried to upgrade this Dell to more VRAM and... well, it's not seeing it. Thomas says, many of those programs don't look for anything more than 512K. Well, this one does. Mike says, it includes the double-ended 15-pin Apple cable, so that's why I'm taking the gamble. Yeah, this utility usually does see the RAM. So... I mean, the chips aren't getting hot, so... I don't know, maybe... I don't know, I'll figure it out later. Gutbum says, I'm trying to upgrade my Power Mac G3's VRAM right now, and it's not seeing it either. Alright, well, let's run some benchmarks. We'll run 3D Bench. Unfortunately, I don't think any of these benchmarks will use the extra VRAM. While we let that run, I'll pull up the manual on the RetroWeb and see if it says anything about VRAM. I'm pretty sure this one's on the RetroWeb. Somewhere I think I did see the specs for the RAM. So it's Dell, I think it's on the RetroWeb as 466. Nope. Maybe it... Oh, no, it is not on the RetroWeb. All right. Oh, we have a benchmark score of 31.4. Excellent. All right, we will run PC player benchmark. There's no sense to torture ourselves with the .3D benchmark. Also, it would probably help if I spelled the name of this computer correctly. It's the Dell Netplex 450. Oh, here it is. Here it is on the retro. Oh, that's why I couldn't find it. It's the Dell System 4XX/P is what it's under. So it's a single chip SIS chipset. Supports 25 and 33 megahertz frontside bus. 128K of cache. Cache chip is under where the floppy drive goes. And does look like BIOS version A02 is on the retro web. And we have a PC player bench of 3.3. This is like the complete opposite of that IBM. All right, we will run Doom. Oh, okay. So video memory standard 512K, upgraded to 1 megabyte using 256 kilobit by 460 nanosecond DRAMs. Interestingly enough, the VRAM on board is 70 nanoseconds, and the memory I added is 70 nanoseconds, if the markings to be believed. Thomas says Windows will with the drivers. All right, well, I will leave the memory chips in for the moment. I sure thought that utility I was running did see the extra memory, but maybe it doesn't. Mike says, I once sold a $399 monitor, 17-inch, maybe around 2005, 2006, to liquidate CRTs when everything was going flat screen, and here I am buying back my crap for more than I sold it for, because that's how retro tech goes. Yeah. All right, I guess I'll just have to believe I'll have to install Windows to run the drivers to see if it sees the memory. But with that extra memory, I will be able to run 640 by 480 with 16 million colors, or I can run 1024 by 768 with 256 colors, or 800 by 600 with 32,000 colors. 2134 game ticks and 3937 real ticks. Woohoo! We're not even going to try to run Quake, because I doubt Quake will even run. Alright. We'll try to run the standard Quake. It might actually run. I was for sure thinking it wasn't going to run. Oh, I guess it's a DX2. I guess it needs the math coprocessor. I was for sure it was going to not run because it wasn't a Pentium. Now, in terms of sockets, this computer only has a socket 1, so no Pentium upgrade shenanigans for it. I am, however, probably going to try this A02 BIOS that's on the retro web at some point. I can see... Oh, there's the... No, that's not the BIOS chip. Oh, there's the BIOS chip. Okay. I got fooled. The BIOS chip is over beside the video chip. Alright, but that's not... that won't be for tonight. That'll be for another day. Probably where I, try to clean this system. Alright, there we go. I paid for my eBay purchase, so no worries about me forgetting to pay for it. Granted, there's no guarantee that dual floppy drive is even going to work, but if it does, I'll be able to restore this computer back to its original floppy configuration. 5.6 frames per second. Needless to say, I will not be playing Quake on this computer. Although, I guess we can run cache check. Should have 128K of cache. And that does appear to be the case. Ooh. 31 microseconds per kilobyte. 128K block. 256K block is 43 microseconds per kilobyte. This SIS chipset seems to have a pretty good memory controller in it. It's actually a pretty decent memory access time. Jack says 5.6 frames per second. Where is your sense of whimsy? Stian says, I got a P4 going with a 3.5 inch and a 5.25 inch drive. First time in ages I've had A drive and B drives. Yep. There we go. Looks like we do have both caches. Excellent. I guess we can run our CPU check. Cache is in write-through mode, which I expected with this chipset. I don't think this chipset does write back. As if you saw one of Adrian's latest videos, he was looking for a saying to remember which is better, write through or write back. So I suggested he use the saying, cache back better. Because write back cache is the better one. So there you go. Cache back better. You heard it here first. Well, technically, you would have seen it in Adrian's comments first. But there, you heard it here second. Cache back better. That's how you remember which one of the cache schemes is the better one. Mike says, the CRT monitor, I sold the monitor for $15 and learned the lesson as a seller not to do that, even with half of a roll of bubble wrap. UPS destroyed it on shipping. Oof. All right, so this Dell, I think that's a pretty good test of its working condition. Granted, I've got an external power supply plugged in, but such is the case with power supplies that had thermal events happen to them. I installed a Glitchworks module, which I'll move this stuff so you can see. Unplug my power supply because I will need this power supply. Probably. Chris and I may have done a little bit of exploring of some things while we had a little extra time before I had to come home. Anyways, so I will go ahead and leave the Glitchworks module in. I'm not going to upgrade the BIOS tonight, but I will leave these memory upgrade chips in. So I can hopefully find a way to test them. There's the BIOS chip. I'll probably program a version A2 at some point to try it out, see if it fixes any bugs. But there we go. There's our Intel DX250 megahertz. I could bump the bus speed up to 33 megahertz and put a 66 in here. But for now, I'm going to leave the DX2 in there. And we do have 3 ISA slots. So I probably will at some point put a sound card in here. Probably when I get that dual floppy drive, we'll probably have another stream. Hopefully the power supply will have come in and we'll probably that'll be the point where I'll clean it and we'll try to fix whatever's wrong with the dual floppy drive. Give the system a general clean and have some other fun with it. We'll pick a random sound card from my collection. I am not going to make a wheel of sound cards because that just seems cruel to put Velcro on the back of a sound card. All right, I'm going to put my Dell screws in a bag, though, so that I can reuse them. There we go. All right. This bag was in with it. I think these are more screws from the computer. So, anyways, so that is the Dell Netplex 450. So there we go. One last look at the case. Intel inside. Yep, and this is one of the Dells that would have had the Made in the USA sticker in it. So hopefully my replacement Dell power supply will come in soon, as well as the dual floppy drive. Yeah, this one's from Retro Tech Chris. He bought it at the swap meet and passed it along. Someone else, he thought someone else wanted it, but they didn't, so he passed it along to me. So thank you, Chris. I will enjoy this little Dell system. It's actually kind of a nice small desktop form factor, because it's only like about the size of my hand tall. So anyways, yeah, it's a cool little system. Yeah, well, so there'll be another stream where we'll try to fix it up. Christian says, I drooled all over that thing in the comment section of the photo he posted. Really neat design. Yeah, and welcome, Christian. Glad you could join us tonight. All right, let me go grab, I got 3 more computers. All right, I think, because if I run out of time looking at computers, okay, there's one I was going to pull the 2 System Source ones I bought first, but no, I'm going to pull the one I bought from Ryan on the bench first. I was not initially going to buy this computer because I really wanted a never obsolete computer, and now you know. Dude, apparently I'm getting an E-Machines. It's not this one was not one of the never obsolete ones. Anyways, so Ryan, I think he's either one of the System Source volunteers or employees. He had a table of a few computers of his own he was selling. And this is one of them. It is an E-Machines E-Monster 500. Yes, this actually is a Pentium 3. Not a Celeron, but a Pentium 3 based computer. Is this a door? No, that does not appear to be a door. It looks like a door, but I don't think it's actually a door. Anyways, let's see here. Looks like it would have shipped with an 8-speed DVD-ROM drive. Maybe that's why I actually bought it, because it had DVD. Designed for Windows 98. Nice green power button there. Upbomb says this was a never obsolete model. Oh, I guess the sticker was removed. Upbomb says it is a door. Oh, it is a door. It's an adorable door. There's our joystick and our USB port. Yeah, all right. I thought it flipped open, but it pushes down. So anyways, yep. So, nice E-Machine Z-Monster. We'll flip it around to the top. So, it powers on, no post. Voodoo 3, Sound Blaster Live. I mean, nothing really remarkable there. On the back, we have the world's largest serial number sticker. I guess that's to make sure you knew what your serial number was when you called tech support. There's our standard ATX IO. We got the video card of some sort. We got a modem. We got probably what is a Sound Blaster Live, and we have a Linksys network card. And I'm surprised no one's says, "Hold up, Justin, why are you completely ignoring the sticker on the top?" Dramatic effect, folks, dramatic effect. And yes, as you all probably figured out, there is a Voodoo 3 card in this E-Monster. I am not committing to leaving the Voodoo 3 card in this computer. Because after all, it powers on but doesn't post. I am also not committing to admitting how much I paid for it until I at least make sure the Voodoo card actually works. But we have, there we go. There's our Voodoo 3 AGP card. There's our modem and our Sound Blaster Live, and I believe it actually is a retail model, not like a Dell OEM. And yep, there's our PCI network card. And floppy drive, no hard drive. It looks like the hard drive, I think Ryan did admit the hard drive was pulled. I don't know where the hard drive would mount, though. That's the weird part. Oh, there's where the hard drive would mount. The bracket's missing. Alright, I guess if I get this up and running, I'll have to get a hard drive bracket for it. Joe says, maybe just needs a new battery. Wouldn't that be cool if that's what's stopping it from posting? You know, that is actually a good question, other than the fact that it certainly looks like there's a new battery in here. Alright. Let's check. So I'll put the negative, I'm going to put my negative probe on a ground point on the computer. At the top of the Oh, you know, it would help if I put it in voltage mode. It is a 3-volt battery. Wait a minute. I just thought of something. A coworker and I were talking about something. We were talking about air tags and batteries. And how he was telling me that air tags, you have to remove the bitterant coating from the battery for the air tags to work. This appears to be a brand new battery. Let me test it out of the computer. Yeah, it's measuring 3 volts. Wouldn't it be funny if, for some reason, this computer was sensitive enough? If it was, hold on, my isopropyl alcohol dispenser is empty, apparently. Capcom says that's not accurate. I use brand new batteries without removing the stuff from them in my air tags. Well, I don't know what kind of batteries he was actually using. Also, I will probably end up knocking this over and spilling the isopropyl alcohol at some point. Because apparently my cut rate alcohol bottle is not leak proof if you knock it over. Well, this is probably not it, but I do remember that whatever device he was trying to put batteries in, I sure thought it was an AirTag, that the instructions said that if you have trouble, to use isopropyl alcohol to remove the coating. The bitterant coating on the battery. So I am going to try that, and we'll plug this in and see if it posts. I'll also plug a postcard in to see if we get a postcode. I doubt this is going to fix this battery, but who knows. At least now I've tried. Alright, so honestly, I doubt these real-time clocks need enough power that a coating on the battery would cause them not to work. The caps on this look fine. I don't see any bulging or leaking caps. The memory appears to be seated, but I'm going to try to seat it. Let's see, the video card appears to be seated. Alright, let's... I am actually going to do something here. So, it is possible the power supply in this is like... Wait a minute. Where's the 4-pin power connector? Oh, this is Pentium 3. That was before the 4-pin power connector. Never mind. Alright, we'll try powering it on with the original power supply first. Let's see what it does. I've got the video plugged into the Voodoo card. It just turned on. This computer is no posting like a boss. Yeah, Joel says, it looks like a post to me. What? Wouldn't it be funny if... Although, for some reason... Oh, someone's cut the power connector. That's weird. Alright, E-Machines. Hi, Mikey, welcome. Is this Never Obsolete? I think it did have a Never Obsolete sticker at some point. But it does not have the sticker now. Whoa, we got a WinBIOS. A WinBIOS on a Pentium 3 computer. That's special. We're going to set the time only to see if it's saving settings. It should be. Alright, it is 11:29. And I thought this one was going to be the quick one because it supposedly was not posting. All right, let's optimal settings. We'll load those. Advanced. Yeah, that's fine. All right. Chipset. All right, that looks fine. Power control. That's fine. All right. Actually, let's set this to no because I'm going to boot DOS. Save changes and exit. Yeah, I got the eMachines logo at boot. All right, let's put the compact flash card in and, well, I guess we'll at least give it a little bit of a test. Let's see here. Oh, all right. All right, well, if we run out of time tonight, we'll pick up where I left off on Thursday, I guess. And here I was, thinking I would go to this computer just because it was not going to post and I was going to defer troubleshooting to its own stream, and it's posting. Stian says, run out of time. I never heard of such a thing. Well, I do have to go to work in the morning. Great. Oh, it's a V3 3000 even. Cool. Because I couldn't tell what it was in the parking lot. I just saw it was a... I could tell it was a Voodoo, and... past that, I wasn't sure how to tell them apart. I think it's for an STB Systems one. Yeah, I knew it was a Voodoo 3 because the sticker on the top said Voodoo 3. I just didn't know it was a V3 3000. Yep, I'm surprised it didn't have a Windows ME sticker on it. All right, Chris, or the this is quite possibly going to run 319.7. I think this is going to match the IBM score. Chris's 3D benchmark, because none of these benchmarks are going to use the Voodoo card. Capcom says, must have been from right before the ME release. Probably. Yeah, because it clearly says designed for Windows 98. 64.3 frames per second. PC player benchmark. Now, I am going to probably need to replace the power supply in this computer because it's got a lead that's been cut. Which is going to make it kind of difficult to... well, I may not have to. That certainly might make it difficult to plug the something in. 34.8 player bench. This is really weird. I wasn't expecting it to post. The only thing I did before I powered it up is I cleaned the bitterant off the battery. $21.34 game ticks and $6.21 real ticks. Wow. All right, I'm going to see if this will run Quake at 640 by 480. I believe so. Joe says maybe when you checked how well seated stuff was, did something. Capom says it would have posted even with no battery. Now I'm downright curious. Now I'm honestly downright curious why it didn't post. Joe L says, I've seen PCs not post with no battery or with dead battery. Gutbomb says, not from this era. Joe L says, Hot Wheels PC does it. 22.7 frames per second. 640 by 480. Isn't there a Voodoo version of Quake? Alright, let's run Quake at low resolution so we can compare it with the IBM. It should have a similar score, because this isn't using the Voodoo card. Sylvestron says GL Quake. Thank you. 112.3 frames per second. Yep. That matches that IBM. Alright, SpeedSys. Gonna match the IBM, because it's the same processor. Oh, well, look at that. It's actually... I can't believe it. The eMachines is benchmarking slightly faster than the IBM with the same Pentium 3 speed in it. IBM, you disappoint me. eMachines, you surprise me. Granted, that's not that much bigger, but yeah. Sadmax says, my understanding is it's hit and miss as to which PCs boot with dead missing CMOS batteries. Yeah, that's kind of my understanding too, and that's why if it doesn't post, I always check the battery. Even when common sense might say, well, it should post with a dead battery, it can be hit or miss. Joel says, I'm betting it was when you checked the memory seating and pushed it in. That is probably my guess, is it must have been slightly not seated. See, I've been watching Greg Salazar's series of where he fixes viewers' broken gaming PCs. And that's like one of the first things he does is checks the seating of the RAM. It's the low-hanging fruit sometimes does it. Or it was one of the expansion cards wasn't pushed in. I did check them too. Gutbomb says, try pulling the battery and see. Now I'm curious. All right, as soon as I'm done with the benchmarks, we'll pull the battery and see. Let's go run hardware info. See if there's anything interesting about this hardware. Mainboard information. It's, a Trident computer, Napoli. It's the mainboard model. This is going to be the Intel BX or ZX AGP set. 64 megabytes of RAM. I could have probably told that from the post if it didn't have the big eMachine screen. Not bad. 64 megabytes. Definitely not shabby for running Windows 98. It is a Voodoo 3 Avenger. Voodoo 3 3000 AGP SD-RAM TV. 16 megabytes SD-RAM AGP 2. Nice. VBE 3.0. Gutbomb says, Trigem is eMachine's parent company. Joel says, it's Italian. Check CPU errata. Yep. All right. Quit and... All right. Let's see what happens if we pull the battery. For this to be a pair test, I'm going to pull the power supply cable out. Gutbomb says it's Korean, and Tripoli is a city in Libya. Okay, let's pull the Duracell battery out. Or it's an Energizer battery. Sorry, Energizer. Sorry, Duracell. I don't know why I got the two of you mixed up. All right, so I have removed the battery. I am going to set it on a non-conductive surface so that I don't waste the precious volts. I'm going to plug the machine in. And it powers. Capom says, "Oh, I thought it said Tripoli. I'm tired." Joel says, "Didn't it say something about Napoli?" That looks like a post to me, and the battery's out. All right, well, if I hit F2 to load defaults and run, will it boot DOS? Yes, it will boot DOS. All right, Gepom says it must have been Walked RAM Fit. Yeah, that or the AGP card was cattywampus. I did check the seating both. All right, so we have an eMachines eMonster 500 that I will totally admit to you all, I did not buy it for the eMachines. I bought it for the Voodoo card. And only the Voodoo card, although I'm not going to waste a perfectly good system. I am not committing to leaving the Voodoo card in here unless someone tells me that this shipped with a Voodoo card. And even then, I may share the Voodoo card with other computers from time to time. But, I paid. Drum roll, please. Actually, you know, maybe I should, actually, let me, while I put the case back on and go grab the next computer in the pile, how about if you all take a guess at how much I paid for this computer? So remember, it does have a Voodoo 3 and a Sound Blaster Live, but powers no post. And I knew the hard drive was gone, because Brian told me there's no hard drive in it. So I am going to probably have to find the bracket. Joe guesses $7. No, I wish it was that cheap, but Mikey N6IL guesses $25. I wish it was that cheap. Gepom says the eMonster labels are so funny. They claim to be the best gaming PCs. Yeah. Jeremy says eMachines were infamous for being a budget OEM PC back in the day. All right, don't forget this thing has a Voodoo card in it, which probably did sway the pricing. Callan guesses $75. All right, now you're in the ballpark of the price. Because, yeah, it has a Voodoo card. Remember, the Voodoo card would set me back probably $120 at least on eBay. Callan says, that's got to be a cool 100. No, Callan, you actually were very much in the ballpark with your guess of $75. Jeremy says, I'm thinking the Voodoo card was an upgrade. Probably. Yeah, Mikey says, last flea market I went to had random retro PC was $50 and they didn't have any fancy video card. Callan says, 80 or 70. You got it, Callan. It was $80. Had to $420 bills. The Voodoo card was most of that price, yes. That is why I paid $80 for it, was because it had a Voodoo card. Otherwise, yeah. All right. Now we're to the two I got from the System Source warehouse sale. Alan says, good deal, yeah. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that Voodoo card would have set me back at least $120 on eBay. And that would be before shipping. Alan says, I bought a whole arcade machine to get a Voodoo 3. Yeah. Alright, so this computer here came from the warehouse sale. I thought I would show you the front. Because it has a nice 3.5 and 5 1/4 inch drives. It has the light blue sticker, so this one was $20. I like the fact that it was a nice AT case. That no real apparent signs of corrosion on the case. And it does say, the FCC ID says, I think, IV for CPU 486 Choice 7. So I was like, it's a 486 system. Jeremy says, I want an ATX case like that. You know, disappointingly, despite the fact that ATX is newer than AT, the ATX desktop cases cost an arm and a leg. Especially the beige ones. Joe L says, dang, that looks heavy duty. Yeah, it's definitely not a welterweight case. And Mikey says, I guess it was a 286 or a 386. I lose again. I know, the color of the floppy drives makes you think it's like a 286 or a 386. Or is it? Yeah, Retrotech Chris and I might have powered this one up on Sunday. Yes, that was a clue to you all. If someone wants to lob the most logical guess at a comment like that, considering the system says it's a Choice 486. Night, Dave. Thanks for joining us. I'll give you all a clue. There's another word that begins with C, other than choice. And I should have probably seen it coming from a mile away. Jeremy says, I have found a modern desktop ATX case made by Shuttle for HTPCs, but they want about $140 for the empty case. Yeah, I mean, desktop ATX cases are like... Mikey says Cyrix. Yeah, once I try to remember where all the... Oh, there we go. This time you're right, Mikey. I don't know if you can see it from the... I don't know when it will become immediately apparent, but... where is the processor in this system? Oh, yeah, it's right down here. Oh, yeah, I think you can slightly see the... Oh, no, you can't at all, because the cables are in the way. Or can you? Okay, where is the processor? Oh. There we go. Yeah, anyways, there's the, Jeremy says, in my opinion, Cyrix is worse than a sell you wrong. Now, Jeremy. This Cyrix actually has a whole kilobyte of cache. Some of those sell you wrongs have no cache. Let's see here. I need a, anyways, yeah. It's one of those Cyrix 486 DLCs. It's a 386 motherboard. Now, this motherboard does have a little bit of corrosion around the battery. I am going to need to take this thing apart sooner rather than later, but I'm not tonight. Anyways, well, I'll go ahead and power it up, though, so you all can see the other neat thing. You all are probably disappointed I bought no Trident cards. Jeremy says, there's not much change in that Cyrix, is there? You all were worried I didn't buy a Trident card. It's just, I didn't buy a Trident card that was obviously a Trident card sitting on the table. I bought the Trident card that was hidden in one of the computers from the System Source warehouse. I don't have the keyboard plugged in because I don't see my AT to PS2 keyboard adapter. So, for those of you that were disappointed that I had 0 Trident cards, never fear, I did get 1 Trident card. Oh. Oh. Your joke completely escaped me, Jeremy. Sorry, it's getting late here. Yeah, Jeremy says cash is in dollars. Cash is in the cash in the. Yeah. Anyways, no, there's no change in the system. Anyways, we have a what appears to be a working system with 4 megabytes of RAM, a Cyrix 486 DLC processor. There is a math coprocessor down in there. And I'm only kind of jumping the gun because it's like 11:52 and I kind of wanted to get to the, at least revealing the last computer. And I don't know where my keyboard adapter is and I don't have the AT keyboard handy. So anyways, we'll take a look at this one later. In fact, actually, since I probably need to pull the... I really need to pull this motherboard out and clip the battery and clean up the corrosion. Maybe Thursday will be a PC and... We might take a look at the PCs I picked up a little closer. Specifically the 2 from the System Source warehouse sale. Because I need to get that battery out. But that's not happening tonight because it's 11:52. I'm not too worried about that battery over the course of 2 more days. Anyways, yeah, oh, and there's one other thing that, if you all were wondering, oh, System Source opened these up and took all sorts of good things out. By the way, as a slight hint, this one's got the hard drive in it, and that, Mikey says, tonight on Justin's Regrets, yet another Trident VGA card. Yeah. So anyways, yeah, this computer has the hard drive in it. And I'll spoiler alert, because I don't know if the microphone was picking it up or not. It was actually spinning. And also, I'm not sure if you all noticed, because maybe only someone that's a Trident card aficionado would have noticed, but did you notice how the VGA image looked fairly clear coming from a Trident card? Yeah, I was surprised at that too. We'll take a look at that more on Thursday, because we need to get the battery out of this computer before it makes it a true regret. But anyways, so this system was $20, and actually, it was more than worth the $20 that the museum wanted for it. So, heck, the case is worth at least $20, even if it is scratched. Yeah, Jeremy says, Justin getting tired. Yep, Jeremy knows why I'm trying to rush through this. Anyways, yeah, we'll take a closer look at this on Thursday, because we need to get the battery out. And I think the last computer will, we'll look at too. Anyways, so this last computer, and this is the last item I bought at the swap meet, other than the 2GS monitor that, well, I mean, it's a 2GS monitor. It's not brand new in box, but it is in its original box. I'll do a special, I'll do something special for us to take a look at that, because I really need to set it on a 2GS. Anyways, so I'm looking at, I told you all I would spill it. Thank you, Sylvestron. I caught it. I don't think much spilled, but there is alcohol spilled. It has been 0 days since I spilled the alcohol. Ugh. So anyways, that 486 was the first one I bought. So I swung back by the table after a little while and saw this one here. And Chris was saying, you know, there's a really cool, I mean, I saw it. Chris is like, you know, there's a really cool large case down there on the ground. Because I don't think this one was on the table. Because Chris was commenting on the fact that it's like a AT clone case. I mean, because, I mean, this thing's big. But it has the megahertz display. And Chris makes the comment, I don't really need it. So that was my clue that it was probably a good deal for the computer. Because Chris made the comment, I don't need it. i.e. the code word for Justin, if you haven't spent your computer budget and we're looking for another one to buy, this one might be a winner. So I decided to take a gamble for $20 for another computer. And this one we have is a Unicom Technology. Actually, this one's kind of confusing. So there's the sticker here that says Unicom Technology, but then there's another tag here that says MTC. And while this looks like it might be an asset tag for a company named MTC, the case badge says it's an MTC computer. I have no idea how the two companies are related. I guess Unicom Technology made it for MTC. Anyways, it has the nice megahertz display on it, which is seemingly uncommon for this style case, although I'm not going to say it's Steve Jobs rare. But it certainly seems uncommon that these style cases got the megahertz displays. But I guess the other reason I got this is the combo of cards intrigued me, because there is a video card which I can't move this over far enough to show you. Then there was this like really long connector with what looks like a power cord here. Card that says SL02 here. So, and then there's an IO card. So it kind of intrigued me. And then the fact that it had 5 1/4 and a 3.5 inch, I was like, okay. So anyways, all right. So yes, if you were wondering, is this one of the cases that has the chunky side switch? The answer is yes. Yes, it is. chunky side switch and megahertz display. Quite an awesome case. All right. So there is a backstore hard drive. We'll get to that in a minute. We do have the 5 1/4 and 3 1/2 inch drives. You might be noticing a plethora of DIP memory down here, which, yes, it does appear as if this motherboard only takes DIP memory unless there's sockets underneath the hard drive. You might also be noticing that this looks like an awfully wide ribbon cable for IDE, and I would have to say yes, you are correct. That is SCSI. Mikey says that SLO2 seems like it might be Western Digital MFM or similar. Or lose again. Yeah, that's actually the SCSI card. It is the label on the SCSI card. And I think it's actually a Seagate SCSI card. So there's okay, so there is a battery down here. So we will have to clip that off. Interestingly enough, this board has a socket for an 80287. So the thing is, this is a 386 board, but I believe it is a very early 386 board, if the DIP memory isn't a clue. So actually, there may not be any SIM sockets under the hard drive, because it looks like there is a slot here that looks like it would have been for the memory card. So, also, I'm getting tired here. Unfortunately, this is not a case of we have yet another Trident card. But I do have to say that for a computer with SCSI hard drive, sorry. We do have a Paradise video, PVGA 1A. That does look like, oh, it's an HP video graphics adapter. Interesting. This has been pulled from an HP. Neat. All right, we'll go ahead and put that back. All right. And we have our big chunky power supply, which actually I'm going to go ahead and let you know. Spoiler alert. This power supply is actually dead. Chris and I we tried powering it up at his house. However, when we figured out this supply was dead, I said, all right, well, let's not plug in a power supply. I would like to leave the surprise for my channel on this one. Yep. Chris bought the Dell, so obviously I figure, well, we could try to power it up with power supply, because at that point it was still Chris's computer. He hadn't officially given it to me yet. But this one, since I bought it, I decided, since it didn't power up with the original power supply, decided, all right, well, I'll leave the surprise for my channel. Oh, but I do first want to check to make sure there's no shorts. Sadmax says, hopefully it hasn't experienced a thermal event. Yeah. I am going to check for shorts. If I can get in here. Alright, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So that should be common. All right, so that's common. Let me put this here so we can maybe read it. All right, so there's that one. That's 21 ohms. That's fine. Okay, nothing. Nothing. Common, common, common. The original power cables are getting in my way. I can't see around them. All right. $21 ohms, that's fine. 21 ohms, that's fine. 21, okay, that's fine. Yep, okay. All right, Joel says gotta get food. Good night. All right, good night, Joe. All right, so we do not have any dead shorts. 21 ohms does seem like a low resistance, but that is not a dead short. That is just the resistance of the board. It is totally normal to occasionally read a resistance that low on a board. So there we go. We got the black wires in the middle. Power supply in. And all right, I guess I'll plug the video cable into the video card. If I can finagle it. All right, well, at least see if it powers up with an external power supply. All right. So, all right, smoke test in 3, 2, 1. All right, I think my power supply turned on. Well, I feel air blowing out of it. All right. I don't see any video output. So I'm going to plug in a postcard. See if I see any all right. Well, I'm not going to be able to read the postcodes, but at least I can see if I see any light numbers changing. Okay, I do see postcodes. 1936. Wow, that is the world's slowest memory test. Oh, it might have been deturboed. I think it's running a little bit faster now. Wow, does this thing have 4 megabytes of dip memory? Oh, actually it might. I think those are 1 megabit dip memory chips. Oh! Seagate SCSI BIOS. Sylvestron says you've never seen a compact portable 3 trying to boot with a full 6.6 megs of RAM. Talk about slow. All right. I didn't plug the SCSI drive in. I was actually not sure what to expect. So let's let me see if I can plug in the SCSI drive, which will require me to disconnect a power splitter, I think. There we go. So let's plug the SCSI drive in. Will we have epic spin up, or will we have colossal big what? A big fat nothing burger? Is that the saying? All right, 3, 2, 1. Hey, I got my megahertz display now. Oh, I forgot to plug a keyboard in. Let me see if I can find an AT keyboard. I think this might warrant being able to press the key. I know I've got one. It's just a matter of where did I put it. I guess we can at least see if the SCSI BIOS picks up the drive. Hey, it found the SCSI drive. Here we go. All right, my the keyboard I'm trying to look for probably got moved somewhere secure, i.e., probably out in plain sight, but I just can't see it because I'm getting tired. All right, so at the risk of the memory test taking a long time again, let me turn it off because I don't want to damage the keyboard controller. Not when I'm so close to potentially being able to There we go. Got the keyboard plugged in. All right. A little bit of a whine from the hard drive. Mikey says, should have a soft fuse, but good idea not to test it. Yeah, my thoughts exactly. Frank, we have Bruce at Brankus Creations here. Hi, Bruce. Yeah, I'm still going because I want to see what this one last computer does. Because the SCSI drive spun up, I want to see if it maybe just boots. As Sylvestron says, still going, but a very yawny boy. Yes. All right, so let's hit delete here. All right. Run setup utility. Let's run standard setup. Uh, Actually, sure. Alright, we'll skip the memory test. I'm actually hoping this SCSI BIOS sets up the drive. Check some failure, function 1 to resume, fine. Exit for boot. No way. No way are we booting. How dare I not plug in a mouse? DOS version 5. Wow. Woo, buddy! Have you ever heard of directories? Play Doom. I don't think Doom's installed. Yeah, we're not going to run that program. Yes, I see that too. It looks like they left some things in their root directory that we will not be running. All right, so let's see if there's anything on here that we can run to see if things are working. Well, there's arcade. That might be safe. Cards, given some of the things I see on here, that might not be safe. Oregon. That might be Oregon Trail. Jeopardy's probably safe. However, the directory strip 2 we will not be going into. Sorry. Oh, there is a version of Windows on here, though. And if you thought I was going to let you see what was on Windows before I have a chance to make sure nothing naughty appears, Sadmax says Hoyle should be okay. Sylvestron says, yeah, naughty background image, maybe. Yeah, this computer might be a bit spicy. All right. Fortunately, let me close the, nothing naughty is appearing, all right, I think we can safely switch now. Yeah, unfortunately, despite the fact of some of those directory names, we just have the bricks background. So it does look like maybe they have some learning company programs on here. Treasure Galaxy. I don't have a mouse plugged in, so we're not going to be able to do much here, but and in fact, with the blazing fast 25 megahertz 386, I don't think we're going to be doing much anyways, because it actually... Okay, it actually does sound like it's loading. I mean, I think I'm hearing normal hard drive sounds. I mean, I'm not hearing sounds like it's trying to re-zero, like, forcefully go back to track 0, I'll put it that way. You know, sometimes... Oh, no, there we go. It just... It be a fast computer, know what I mean? I know, we waited all that time to wait for it to load. And here I am. Exiting Treasure Galaxy because it is getting late. And it is kind of that time where I'm going to need to wrap the stream up. So, here we go. Go ahead and exit Windows. Wait a minute. I don't see a sound card. Oh, it must have the PC speaker driver installed. Because I sure don't see a sound card in here. I didn't plug any speakers in. Oh, that's right. This is DOS 5. Oh, oh no. My keyboard has a... I'm going to have to buy a... whatever the, Where's DOS installed? DOS is installed... Does anyone see the DOS directory? QDOS? Yeah. The keyboard I'm using is the one I bought for my first PC rebuild project. And apparently there's keys that don't really work that well on it. Unfortunately, it's such a relatively new keyboard compared to some of the ones I have. It's probably a non-repairable membrane keyboard. I guess I'll be buying another keyboard for that project, so I can actually type. That's not the DOS directory. Something tells me someone just did a sys and, Jack says there are a lot of edge connectors on that card. Yeah. Anyways. So, my 386 25, I don't know if it's an SX or a DX. It works. So it will be one of the two computers we take a closer look at Thursday, because like the 486, the 486, there is a battery on the main board that we are going to need to cut off, and there might be the slightest hint of corrosion. So that's when we will take the opportunity to tear both of these computers down so that I can pull the motherboards out, remove the batteries, and in that process, we will actually explore what is the exact contents of both of these computers. So if you don't want to miss the excitement, don't forget to smash that like button, subscribe, and turn on notifications. You know when I go live next. Because Thursday, we are going to explore the two PCs I bought from the warehouse sale. Pull the motherboards out, see exactly what boards they are, what cards are in it, clip the batteries, give them a clean, because both of them are kind of a little bit dirty inside. Jack says, a hint of corrosion. How optimistic. Yeah. I mean, the keyboard works. There's that. I don't think the K key failing on my keyboard is the battery corrosion. I suspect it's the keyboard. Anyways, yeah. We'll explore what both these PCs are, and we'll go from there for the month of May. Anyways, with that, I think it's probably about time for me to end the stream, because it's 12:25 and I have to work tomorrow. So let me make sure I am ready to end the video. Well, I guess to sign off, I will. I did turn off the dinosaur so that I could get through without potentially tripping over the power cord. Anyways, I guess for signing off, we'll let the dinosaur roar back to life here. Bruce says bye. We'll talk to you later, Bruce. Glad you could join us for a little while. Sylvestron, we'll see you later. I'll let the dinosaur roar back to life before I sign off. After all, we'll have a few dinosaurs to look at on Thursday. Because I'm not sure exactly what boards they are, but... Yeah, Sadmax says, not tripping over the power cord is always good. Yes. Bruce says, I was here for a while, just quiet. No worries. Anyways, yes. We will maybe explore more of the mysteries of this Mac Store SCSI hard drive that is in this 386. We'll figure out if it's an SX or a DX. I might even have a 287XL math coprocessor we can put in it. Maybe. I'll have to check what the maximum clock rate is on it. 25 megahertz might be a bit fast, so we might have to look to see if there's a separate oscillator for the math coprocessor. Mikey says, you need to play Dino Wars on your Coco. I will add that to my list. Anyways, I hope you all have a great rest of your day. I'd like to thank you all for joining me as we walk through what I got at the swap meet. Even got to try some of the computers out. Actually, I think I powered up all the computers. And, so anyways, these computers will show up again at some point. And, yeah, anyways, I hope you all have a great rest of your day. Take care and God bless. Computerized Start is brought to you by my awesome patrons on Patreon and by your tips and memberships on Ko-fi. These and other channel supporters make my live streams possible. You too can become a channel supporter with tiers starting at just $1. Don't forget to smash that like button. And if you've liked what you've seen, subscribe and turn on notifications so that you don't miss the next video or live stream. And as always, thank you for all your support. I hope to see you next time. And until then, take care.